Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former French Minister of Energy and current advisor to the CEO at SICPA, Mr. Eric Besson.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The issue is, can blockchain help us to secure the supply chain? This is nothing new to you. Yes, where there is oil, there is theft. This quote is very clear. This is nothing new to you. Oil theft is a kind of worldwide sport. As country experiences big discrepancies in their oil producing costs, in their gasoline subsidies, and in their tax regimes, there is a lot of room for trafficking. According to experts, every year, an estimated $130 billion of fuels are illegally stolen or adulterated. In Greece, 20% of the fuel was found illegal. In Mexico, Pemex loses around $1.3 billion each year. Turkey loses an estimated $2.5 billion in tax revenue. Let's move to the second slide. We don't need to comment on this that much. Most of you are familiar with the issues and familiar with the keywords: theft, pipeline tapping, smuggling, laundering, adulteration. The whole supply chain, from upstream to downstream, from production fields to gas stations, is impacted by trafficking. Smugglers are more and more organized and determined to take advantage of the supply chain's weak spots. The good news is that technology offers today new means of eradicating oil theft and diversion. Blockchain is a cutting-edge catalyst for securing the oil supply chain. In the near future, blockchain will be everywhere. It will be invisible, like electricity or 4G networks are today invisible. Blockchain will guarantee data immutability, transactions security. It will be, let's say, the cornerstone for trust between actors of the oil supply chain. But make no mistake, blockchain needs to be merged with physical and digital security. Please, let's take an image. Imagine the whole supply chain as a JERRYCAN on the left. But this JERRYCAN is very weak. With blockchain and digital technologies, we can transform this JERRYCAN, let's say, in a kind of DIGICAN. To make this transformation, we need a fully integrated solution. We need to protect the physical thanks to oil molecular markers and secured documents. So first, protect the physical, then secure the digital through a platform that will enable to secure data and transactions, people identities, registries. Then, third, use data analytics and artificial intelligence to detect anomalies. This fully integrated solution, SICPA, the Swiss company, is able to provide it now. Maybe my last word. Something I learned from American speakers is that you should always end the talk with a quote. Let me suggest this one. In God we trust, all the others must bring data. Let us add, all the others must also secure the data. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, founding chairman of the Global Energy Center, Ambassador Richard Morningstar.
There, but would have been a great beginning for our panel. So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us this afternoon for this timely conversation on 21st century energy security. I'm Richard Morningstar. I'm the founding chairman of the Atlantic Council, Atlantic Council Global Energy Center, and it's truly a pleasure to be back here in Abu Dhabi for this year's Global Energy Forum. It doesn't take more than a glance at newspaper headlines to recognize that the current period is a time of great change and volatility. From the return of great power politics, the rise of new technologies and capabilities, and to the I won't say reconstruction, but changes in the global order revolving around rising powers. This is truly a volatile era. So this afternoon, we couldn't have a better lineup of thinkers to help us unpack how the concept of energy security is evolving in the 21st century. With insights from China, Japan, the United States, and beyond, we'll take a global tour of the trends that matter most and how key countries and companies are responding. So without going any further, let me quickly introduce our illustrious panel. Their full bios are in your app. First, we regret that Adnan Amin, the retiring head of ARENA and new distinguished fellow of the Atlantic Council, is not here this afternoon because there's still business to be finished up at the ARENA assembly, and at the last minute he couldn't get away. This is his, I guess, last day as president of ARENA. But in his place and channeling Adnan will be David Livingston, who's a deputy director at the Global Energy Center, deputy director for climate and advanced energy. And he's previously served in the Obama administration and in the U.S. Trade Representative Office. We have Dr. Sun Xiansheng, who is the Secretary General of the International Energy Forum, which is an international organization representing key oil and gas actors. Yukari Yamashita, who is a board member at IEEJ, the Institute of Energy Economics of Japan, really one of the foremost think tanks in Japan. And she directs the Energy Data and Modeling Center there. And Amos Hochstein, who's senior vice president at Tellurian, a major American natural gas company and LNG exporter. Amos formerly served as the State Department's special envoy for international energy in the Obama administration, and I worked with him often in that when he was in that capacity. So let me jump right in. I'll go to David. What I would have asked Adnan, so you can channel, is that a new report was just published this week by the International Renewable Energy Agency on the geopolitics of the energy transformation. Could you just spell out what a few of the takeaways are from that report and its salience from your, or their salience from your standpoint?
Certainly, thank you very much. And obviously, I am no Adnan Amin, nor do I claim to be. But you know, he's overseen in his capacity at the head of IRENA. He's overseen a terrific commission on the geopolitics of the energy transformation. And just this past Friday, we had the release of that report, which I think summarized you know, the body of literature that's out there, did a very good job of synthesizing what different thinkers and different analysts have written and opined in terms of how the energy transformation or the energy transition, as it takes place, will slowly shift the geopolitics of energy and energy security. There was disagreement amongst all the authors as to the pace of the energy transition, the energy transformation. As I imagine, there will probably be some, you know, healthy disagreement amongst all of us up here on stage. But there was no disagreement. There was total consensus on the direction of travel, that this transition was happening and that it will take place and that it will ultimately reshape the energy mix that we see globally. What will that result in? Four basic things. Number one, that a high penetration of renewables, which the report takes as a assumed outcome of this energy transition, that high penetration of renewables will result in a new geopolitical map. There will be new energy haves, there will be new energy have-nots, and that will have implications for the way that states and the way the non-state actors relate to one another in the world. Number two, that this new order will feature enhanced leadership from China. The report singled out China as a key beneficiary of this process, which I think is one of the more interesting and one of the more provocative takeaways of that report. Basically making the case that China is already at such a point in terms of its ownership of intellectual property in the clean energy space, in particular in its ownership of manufacturing capacity in key energy technologies like solar and increasingly energy storage and electric vehicles, that is going to put it into a position to be a key economic and eventually, potentially, geopolitical beneficiary of this transition. Third, that many nations will see increased energy independence. And that states, you know, you can think of a wide variety. Think of states in the Caribbean basin, for example, that have long known only a significant dependence on imported fuels, fossil fuels, will, with the help of renewables as well as new grid technologies, be able to liberate themselves from some of those dependencies. And that will give them potentially new operating space when it comes to the way that they relate to other states in the international system. And fourth, democratization of energy supply is underway. Essentially, there are more options available than ever before. It will become easier to access energy. And this, obviously, this fourth point, I think, is very important. It'll get into something that I hope we'll be able to discuss a little bit later on in this panel, which is that the provision of energy access to the more than 1 billion people in the world still living without access to energy, the more than 3.5 or 4 billion people still living in energy poverty, that is going to have implications as well for energy security and for the geopolitics of energy.
Let me, before turning to the other panelists, let me ask you this, as David Livingston as opposed to channeling Adnan. I haven't read the report yet, but it's my understanding that, and understandably, given it's the International Renewable,
and that necessarily involves a variety of different technologies that may not have been emphasized in this report. So if you think about the imperative or the driver for this transition, this transformation, is primarily climate change. And climate policy is necessarily going to have to embrace the full tool set of technologies available, from nuclear to carbon capture, utilization, and storage to the hydrogen economy, and of course to renewables like solar and wind, as well as advanced renewable technologies like perovskite solar, for example, that's not even in the market today. That entire panoply of technologies, defined more broadly than the way we normally just think about solar, wind, geothermal, et cetera, is going to have significant impacts on energy security. That's going to be a continuous process, and that's also probably going to be a process in which, depending on the nature of the technology, it's going to have different impacts. And a world or a region, let's say, which is going to decarbonize through the deployment of nuclear energy, be it traditional nuclear technology or be it new small modular reactors, is going to have a very different set of evolving energy security concerns or involving energy security dynamics than a small island state which is completely relying on a renewable-based mini-grid, for example.
But I take it you would agree with the geopolitical implications that you reported on, and that they're really quite significant as far as smaller nations, democratization, the ability to achieve electricity plus clean energy at the same time.
It's true, and the final two things I'll just add on are that it's not all a rosy picture. It's not all a story of kind of decreasing dependencies. There are new dependencies which are created here as well, and I'm sure we'll get into those. The report does acknowledge them, but I think they're really worth highlighting. One is the reliance on critical minerals for many of these technologies. So if you think about the high concentration of cobalt production, for example, in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, we've all seen the very dramatic news coming out of coming out of the DRC recently in terms of the political transitions and dynamics there. The high concentration of lithium in a handful of countries around the world. This is going to create potentially new choke points, bottlenecks, or let's say market leverage for certain players that is somewhat akin to the oil market today.
Okay, and we'll come back to this to some extent when I call on Amos later to talk about what LNG's role will be in all of this. But let me first go to Dr. Sun. And we've heard a lot during this conference on this paradigm of oil and gas 4.0. Maybe you can help explain for us what that means for shifting risks and opportunities facing oil and gas producers, and in part relating to what David talked about too.
Okay, thank you very much for this very important issue. For my understanding that after Paris Agreement, and then for all the nations and the government come across three big challenges. I personally feel that the first one is the economic development by the GDP and others. The second one is climate change issues. Of course, this climate change issue are related to many parts of the issues. The third one, that is the energy transition. And energy transition and also the energy secure supply and transformation. So by this part, and then is related to the digitalization, to the AI, and also for the smart, the grid, and also for big data and so on. So by this one, to meet the requirements of the energy industry to the fourth industry revolutions. Yeah, so that's the big challenge. And by this one, I think for the industry, energy industry itself, and already start some work. For example, 20 years before, when I visited the North Sea platform, Shell platform, and at that time, they already can remote control the close and the open of the wells under the water. Yeah. So also for the pump stations, for the refineries, all already there, and especially for some of HAC of the issues with this the control to some of dangers. However, after this many years of development, and I think there's a lot of the requirements for further improve this part, and for the oil and gas industry from the exploration down to the refinery, pipeline, and others. However, now the issue is how to put the fossil fuels, oil and gas, LNG, together with the sauna, with the wind, with the hydro, geomass, and with nuclear. Because for a country or for a big city, they only need how to mix them together. So by this one, by the artificial intelligence control, and then they can much better than the people. Yeah, so I think it's very important. By this one, they can improve the efficiency, they can reduce the cost, especially operation cost, and also to help some of these the energy poverty and also for the issues of this energy security. So by this one, I feel that is very important. And for the the oil and gas 4.0 of this revolution and the technologies, and I feel that in the future is a big challenge for the development of the future. Yeah.
Maybe let me just ask this, and maybe briefly, because there's been a lot of, I think, a lot of talk already at the conference about this. That as technologies improve, as artificial intelligence becomes more important, is there going to be even more of a risk with respect to cyber attacks and issues such as that? And is that like one of the #1 priorities to have to face?
So by this part, and I think the many efforts are already there, and then it needs the regulations of the government, and also need the policies of the government, and also for the international corporations. And I feel that is very important for different countries to share these technologies. And you mentioned that for the cyber security, I feel that by this situation is really important. If the whole city, big city, depends on the AI and the control of this energy supply, and for the utilities, for the heating, and for other supplies, if anything wrong with the cyber security, and then the big problem. Yeah, so I feel that is really necessary. And by the technologies also needs to further improve this part and to upgrade this. And I feel that in the future a few years, and this will more and more important for the industries and the government.
Thank you. Let me go to Ms. Yamashita, and you've done a lot of modeling in your position at IEEJ. What do you see as the major risks and trends as we move forward?
Thank you very much for your question. As a modelist, and then how we deal with the analysis more with the presentation with the slides, so it is very difficult to try to explain the very complicated result in the narrative, but I try my best. Yesterday, I was on the panel of, about the oil peak demand, whether or not will come, and then how it will come, and then what are the conditions. So I let it go for now. I discussed that yesterday. So I tried to bring a new analysis result, which is about if we assume that there is no new coal power plant allowed after 2020, what will happen to the rest of the world, rest of the energy? Our analysis assume that if we stop the new installation of the coal-fired power plants, what do we substitute the coal with? And then the one extra case is 100% by natural gas. The other one is 100% by renewables. We didn't go in between and try to see the difference. And I would like to share the result about the natural gas implication first. If we assume that the natural gas will substitute the coal-fired power plants after 2020 in terms of new installation, that means a 30% reduction of the coal consumption from the business as usual case in 2050, while that will increase the amount of demand for the natural gas by 40%. And that actually means that, we need a lot more natural gas with the size of Soviet Union, the Russia and USA compiled together. That is a lot of natural gas required. So that actually puts some energy security issue for the consuming countries, especially those countries which are assumed to put up more coal-fired power plants, which is Asia. Additionally, if we are to bring natural gas to Asia, we have to assume that it comes in the form of LNG. And then if you think about the amount of LNG which has to be there, we cannot go beyond actually 2030 because we don't know what kind of plants are there beyond 2030. Until now, we say that maybe around 2023, there will be a kind of tighter market for LNG. But thanks to the recent final investment decisions, it may mean that it may be not that tight by 2023, or maybe it will be tighter because of the increasing popularity of natural gas. But then, if the coal-fired power plants are banned beyond 2020, a lot more natural gas in the form of LNG will be required. So that will push up the price of natural gas around the world, and then that will be actually implicating all the rest of the world, not only Asia. So that kind of that will also put not necessarily geopolitical issue, but energy security issue, and also a challenge to the economy for all the world if we simply say we ban the coal usage of coal. That is actually the implication from the divestment argument. So we know that we are going towards this cleaner energy use, and then we have to walk away from the contaminating or dirty coal or then oil or even natural gas. But we need to actually have a really good plan to transit away from that with the time frame, and then which kind of technologies, and then what kind of horizon we go about. So I agree that it's not a rosy picture only to become more self-sufficient, utilizing the local renewables. We also have to think very carefully, how do we get there? So that is the implication I would like to share with you from our latest outlook.
Thank you very much. Since we've been talking about natural gas, let me turn now to Amos, maybe Mr. LNG in the room or whatever, in his role at Tellurian, but also when in the government. And you've had a front seat on watching this, all of these new energy security paradigms unfold, and have been, at the forefront of U.S. energy diplomacy on a lot of these issues. So, it looks as though we're going to become increasingly, the U.S. is going to become increasingly an important energy exporter, particularly in natural gas, although I guess we're exporting a lot of oil these days too. But what does that mean from the standpoint of energy security in various regions, as to the geopolitics in various regions, and even with respect to our national security? If you could maybe give a... That's a broad question, but it allows you a few minutes basically to say whatever you want.
Thank you, I think. Ambassador Morningstar. And thank you again for having me here. Look, I think that it's true. The United States has become not only an exporter of natural gas, but not increasingly. We are already a major exporter of LNG, and we are an exporter of oil. And that changes the dynamics for the United States from an importer and reliant on imports, and having that as a consideration in the foreign policy, national security considerations, to now thinking of ourselves as an exporter, and what does that mean, the relationships with other countries. But I think if I listen to some of the comments made by the other panelists and over the last couple of days, you're asking more about the geopolitics of energy and how that changes, as David talked about, in the transformation process that we're going through energy towards a cleaner energy mix. And what I don't always understand, I have to admit, I've only heard about the report in the press and from what David reported now, but transformations are not, you don't go from a reality that is A to a reality that is B overnight. It is a fluid, long-term process that means that you cannot look at these in the two paradigms that you described a minute ago of we are at 100% renewables or we are not. There will be a multi-decade transformation and the geopolitical effect and national security effects of that transition will change over time as we go through that process. So I don't know that I subscribe to the need to look at what will the geopolitical reality look like in a 100% renewable world, because I don't think we're going to a 100% renewable world anytime soon. And I don't know what the other political and geopolitical considerations and changes will take place in the world during that period of time. What other wars, conflicts, economic conditions will evolve that will shape it. The second piece is that we tend to look, when we make projections on energy or anything else, we tend to look at yesterday to determine our projection for tomorrow, which narrows our imagination considerably. And we look at it and say, this is what it was yesterday. I think I can look at change, and the change is yesterday plus or yesterday minus. And that's not how these transitions tend to happen. So let's look at natural gas that you talked about a minute ago. The one thing that you can always count on is the underestimation of natural gas growth in the United States as far as production. From the early days of the shale gas revolution, they always underestimated how much that would grow, and the demand side. So when I said a minute ago, you look at yesterday, you say gas is mainly for power and for certain industrial uses and for certain petrochemical uses. Well, now I can look at Asian demand growth in those areas. How much will power grow in relation to renewable growth and decline in coal or nuclear, and in the other areas in the same way. But last year, we saw some critical growth in LNG use in transportation. But LNG in transportation wasn't considered or figured in any of the studies that looked at LNG demand growth in Asia before last year. So that's an example where we have to look at LNG growth not only in what we see today as the traditional gas growth demand. So I think that if you look at the impacts on the United States, it changes, as I said, our national security and foreign policy considerations as well as our economic ones. But for the rest of the world, I think the ability to bring about not only additional LNG, but LNG from the United States and Australia changed the dynamic of what the source was. It was no longer single company from single country that was looking at doing business exactly as it had been done before. It is not a national state-owned company that is looking at one formula, but rather multiple companies changing the dynamic and the structure of the contracts, the terms, and therefore the price. That will lead to a dynamic growth in the market, made it more flexible, more liquid, more commoditized, and enables the market, the receiving markets, to grow and change with it. And as we look at some of the demand centers around the world, they're changing in the same manner. We know in countries where we had one buyer, there are now more. Proliferation of those consumers. That's happening in China, it's happening in Korea, and elsewhere. So I think that this will impact the geopolitical landscape worldwide as a result of gas, but I think it's too early to be able to say what does that mean for what happens to gas in a world of 100% renewables. I don't believe we're going to 100% renewables anytime soon. It's also much more of a power story than an energy mix story. And I think gas is going to be one of the biggest beneficiaries in this transition. So even though I agree we're going to a cleaner and cleaner world and energy mix, it's not all about, that doesn't translate or equal to only impacts of renewables. I think it's exactly where we're going to see the growth in gas. The final point I would make is on sort of the geopolitics or national security, not in the United States. But what gas has been able to do is provide for cleaner air in large parts of the world. So China's struggled with pollution problem for a long time. Its initial reaction was to not allow people to talk about it and not wanting to address it. Once they were able to address it through the utilization of gas in its power sector and saw the positive responses, the positive response it achieved on cleaner air, it became a cause célèbre that it wanted to promote even further, understanding that this was something that worked. You now look at large economies like India that have suffered terribly from exactly the same problem that China had 5 years ago, where the governor or the chief minister of Delhi referred to New Delhi as a gas chamber that was looking at equating breathing air to smoking packs of cigarettes. And now that was followed by a statement by Prime Minister Modi saying that instead of only relying on the goal of 175 gigawatts of renewable energy, we have to look at becoming a gas-based economy. And that, I think, here's an example of two very large economies, the largest economies in the world, that are not looking at getting to a cleaner outcome through the lens of renewables only, but rather looking at how do I decline coal and how do I include and improve and increase gas utilization in the economy.
Thank you. A very thoughtful answer. Let me raise this, maybe a more futuristic question and ask you for your opinions. Maybe too difficult a question, I don't know. Let's put ourselves out 50 years from now, and there may be a few people among us who will be around 50 years from now. I certainly won't be. But I almost wasn't around for the rest of this panel. And let me ask you this. It's 50 years from now, and in fact, we've made, let's assume we have made a lot of progress in cleaning up emissions and got pretty close to, if not the 2.0 goal. Starting with you, David, if that is the case, were to be the case, and putting yourself out in the future, how do you think we would have gotten there? What kind of scenarios do you imagine as to how we might have gotten, in fact, if that were to be achieved? And any thoughts on whatever disruptions that might cause?
It's a good question. If we've gotten there, I'll throw out a menu of potential things which have transpired, and we can unpack those. Number one, I think that the amount of investment that we will have made in innovation, and not just deployment, but also innovation early on, will have increased dramatically. We will not have been satisfied with the current state of renewable technology. We will have said that there's no reason to believe that the tools that we have now are the ones that we have to live with. We will have demanded mass printable solar cells. We will have demanded more efficient wind technology. We will have demanded advanced geothermal technology using a lot of the things we've learned from the shale revolution and apply those to create a baseload clean power source where you can not just run homes or communities, but you can actually use clean energy for industrial development, which is what the emerging dynamic economies of today, are going to demand. It's not just electrification of a village or electrification of a town or community, but they also deserve the right to have the sort of clean power source that is going to allow them to industrialize their economy using zero emissions power. We probably also will have advanced and deployed, over the next 10 years, a significant amount of advanced nuclear technologies, SMR technologies. In addition, we will have gotten to a point where we have significant at-scale uses for carbon dioxide, so that carbon capture technologies will actually have an economic offtake market, and we will have uses for that carbon, which will then allow the economics of carbon capture to make sense. Now, all these things are going to have geopolitical ramifications, but I'll return actually to the first point I made, because I want to use it to just make a point about one other thing that I think is under-recognized in discussions about energy security and how they're going to play out amidst an energy transition, which is that the variable of the financial sector in all of this is often neglected. And we look at the technologies, and we look at the states, and we neglect the conditions which allow those technologies to actually get deployed, that allow capital projects to get built, and that's, you know, large, deep, liquid, and innovative capital markets, the kind that exists in, you know, in the United States, for example, the kind that exists in a number of other places around the world. Because if you're living in a world in which you want capital to flow to the most, you know, to the technologies, to the projects which make the most sense, which are going to deliver you cleaner, cheaper energy as it becomes available before oftentimes policymakers even realize it, you need those sorts of tools in your financial sector. And you can have, for example, renewables which can beat coal, or, you know, renewables which can beat many fossil sources. But you're not going to have that switch occur if, for example, you have an insolvent utility sector. And so I think that the health of balance sheets and the dynamism of financial sectors in a lot of these countries is if anything, the #1 enabling factor to allow this transition to actually be realized, to allow us to deploy the sort of clean technologies that we're going to need to meet, you know, that 2.0 degree scenario that you referenced.
And do you think developed countries have an obligation to help create the financial capability in lesser developed countries to do this?
I think they do, and I think they already are in many circumstances. There's still much more that can be done. But it's a two-way street. We need global financial regulations that enable capital to actually successfully flow to where the largest opportunities and the largest potential, you know, margins of profits are. And oftentimes that's going to mean allowing capital to flow to some areas that are high risk, and that maybe have more regulatory risk for some of these financial institutions than others. But I think that is best going to be coordinated in a framework of creating an enabling market for raising equity and issuing credit, then it is going to be facilitated by solely by, let's say, just a multilateral financial mechanism like the Green Climate Fund or something like that. This is going to have to be done, in other words, from the bottom up and not from the top down, because that's just the nature of how the energy sector works, and that's the nature of how disruptive technologies work. Capital markets are able to recognize their logic and deploy them in the areas where they make the most sense much quicker than policymakers can in many circumstances.
Okay, Dr. Sun, would you like to add your thoughts as to where we'll be 50 years from now and how we got there?
Thank you very much. First of all, 50 years later, I'm sure I'm not here. And maybe David there, maybe Amos there. So by this one, I put this into 6 more. 50 years later, the energy will be more smart, will be more mixture and integrated. Means fossil fuel, oil and gas, or maybe the wind, the solar, another more mixed. Maybe at that time no oil already. And also it's more automatic and more digitalized and more efficient and more green. So I feel 50 years later, and they are highly be that, and we wish our future generations can enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Yamashita, any thoughts?
Okay. I did my calculation. The 50 years from now, my granddaughter will be about my age, so I'm sure I won't be here. Oh, who laughed that loud? I would like to add two things. One, if we were to meet the 2-degree target within 50 years, for sure we need to have the technology like a CCS or CCSU to be there. And another thing that we have to have a huge cost down. Otherwise, it won't be used by all throughout the world. So that is actually the speed up the technology, the innovation. But additionally, we have to pull the costs down. Otherwise, it won't be distributed. Then another thing is the institutional challenge is there. Therefore, every different parts of the world or any different sector, private sector or government sector, must have the similar long-term vision. They clearly set, and then everybody will be on track to achieve the target. Otherwise, it will be very, very challenging to meet the target within 50 years.
I'll go to Amos. You're sort of on the knife's edge of whether you'll be around 50 years from now. I mean, maybe with modern medicine, you definitely have a shot. Given your sense of, you're a realist in a lot of ways. What are your comments based on what?
Well, first thing I want to do is call my wife and have her get some life insurance on me. It's a lot more urgent than I thought 5 minutes ago. Look, I don't know what's going to happen in 50 years. I think that we're far too optimistic at the top levels of this industry and in the policy thinking making world about speed of transformation. If you look at the number of people that were disconnected from energy today compared to 30 years ago, the advance is actually minuscule. So while transition's happening at very fast pace in some parts of the world and in some parts of the economies, there are large parts of the world where those transitions haven't happened at all. So we've had, despite the fact that we've had a UN SE for all, we've had Power Africa, we've had all these initiatives, and yet the penetration of renewable energy in parts of South America, parts of Southeast Asia, and parts of Africa have been almost non-existent. So I think that we have to be we need a little bit of humility in how fast these transitions are going to be and how ubiquitous they're going to be. So look, at the end of the day, in 50 years, I think we're going to be cleaner, we're going to be more efficient than we are today. I think renewables will obviously have a far higher percentage than they are today. Gas, I think, will be a dominant fuel. I have no idea what's going to happen with coal. I hope that it's much smaller, if not gone, in 50 years. But I also think that anybody looking back at a recording of this conversation in 50 years will laugh at how quaint it was because we're talking about technologies that don't exist, that we can't imagine their existence.
I think that's right. I mean, whatever we say today as to 50 years from now, when we finally get there, that I'm sure we would all be very surprised as to what's happened.
But I'll let you know in 50 years.
I'll be up there communicating. Okay, maybe let's see if we have any comments from the audience, and then or questions from the audience. And I have a few in reserve if we don't. Bronco.
Yes, Bronco Terzic with the Atlantic Council. Thoughtful scientific commentators have indicated that they did not believe we would meet any of the necessary climate change targets without air capture of carbon. That we can reduce production from existing facilities. We can ask newly electrified people to only buy renewable energy and not build new carbon plants. But that really, if we want to get down the 2, 3, 4 degrees we need to start removing the carbon that's out of the air. So I ask whether you agree with that. And secondly, other thoughtful commentators and indeed some international reports have said there has to be a funds transfer. Those of us in the developed world who during the last 200 years have filled up the atmosphere with this CO2 are responsible for it. It's not the developing world that's responsible for it. And we have to fund transfer to the developing world as the 1-some billion people get electrified. Do you believe we'll ever have a chance for that as well?
Well, that's one. You've essentially your comment. Okay, who volunteers? Anybody want to start?
The second one, the first one, well, if you have to meet the target within this century, the direct air capture may be required. But there is a way to meet the target in the longer term, and then you don't necessarily need it. So when do you want to meet the target? You know, defines whether or not you need it immediately. The second question is that, well, because of the rapid demand growth and because of the larger population there, actually the newly industrialized countries are becoming responsible for upcoming the warming, global warming, if we assume that the CO2 is the biggest culprit. So we cannot actually say that it's only the previous centuries, the consumption done by the advanced countries that we have to make them responsible only. They are actually part of it. Therefore, in Paris Agreement, everybody got on board.
So for these two questions, I think a very good question. And the first one is about the capture of CO2 and reduce the emission of CO2. It's very important. And so far for the industries, maybe you know that the ODCI is headed by 10 companies and plus 3 companies last year joined this one. And industrialized these CCUS and especially utilization has some the progress. And for this part, the capture, storage, and utilization of CO2 is a very important the method to reduce the CO2. So for the oil companies, international companies, and the state companies like CNPC, the Aramco, and others all involved, and they have each company put $1 billion into this one. And the good news is, and for CNPC even use the CO2 for the enhanced oil recovery for the whole oil field in Jilin oil field. Yeah, maybe sometime you have a chance to visit. And also CNPC use this the injection of CO2 in the about the 50 or 60 oil wells in this country. Yeah, so by this one, I feel that is very important. And also cost more and more the companies, industry attention to involve into this, put into the industrialized use already. The second one about the fund and the transfer of these technologies and other to Africa and other developing countries, I personally believe that is very important because this climate change issue is not one country issue, or it's not one region issue, and now the issue to this mainly to some of these the country not the serious so in Africa. However, by time there, and then the economy another more, and then more consumption of these fossil fuels, and then maybe have these the problems. And of course, there is a possibility for every country have a band cut to catch and then jump this part into this. And last year I had joined a meeting in the captain about these issues, and I feel that many of these industries and government people realize this issue, and we hope that one this will be much better. No need to learn something bad before and then again, and so maybe more clever.
David, you wanted to?
Yeah, I'll try and connect your two questions, Branko, actually, and tie them together by saying that I think the best way to go about acknowledging the fact that there are going to be parts of the world that that could benefit from the from the relative wealth and capabilities of other parts of the world, is to view that through the lens, through the dimension of technology, and not through finances. Because I think that we've all seen the climate politics of the Kyoto period, the Copenhagen period, the breakthrough that was made with the Paris Agreement, and finally breaking down this kind of ultimately very arbitrary distinction between one bucket of countries that were labeled developed at one fixed point in time and one bucket of countries that were labeled developing at one point in time. That is rife with politics. That is rife with all sorts of international gamesmanship and that one would expect whenever there's a transfer of funds or something like that. So I think it's a much better way to think about it is how do you unleash the innovative capabilities of the most, let's say, innovation-capable countries in the world, and then how do you ensure that the international system is structured such that those technologies do get deployed around the world in the places where they can do the most good, but in terms of providing, affordable, secure, and sustainable energy to the places that need it most. And that's where, I'll make the point that there are countries in the world, and the United States at the moment, unfortunately, happens to be one of those, that is taxing its own sustainable energy. So you have countries that on the one hand are asking for a transfer of funds, let's say from the developed to the developing world, however that may be defined, and at the same time, they're applying a large tariff on the import of solar modules or of wind components into their own economy because they're trying to develop an indigenous industry in those given technologies. So I think that kind of to get back to our discussion of the new geopolitics or the new geoeconomics of the energy transition, that lays bare why that sort of transfer approach doesn't work, or why at least it's logically inconsistent. And the better way to do it, I think, a far more substantive and a far more constructive way to go about this would be some sort of trade agreement on trade in sustainable energy goods, for example, something which has been tried before, but unfortunately we haven't gotten it over the finish line yet.
And and that could eliminate the danger, which I think we all see, of trade protectionism right now.
Absolutely.
Question, Bob Icord, and there are a couple. I see at least two hands, and then there's a hand in the back afterwards. And
thank you very much, Bob Icord from the Atlantic Council. We've talked about the transition in energy mixes and the pace of that transition, which I tend to agree with Amos that there are a lot of political obstacles to a real fast transition, but technology is going to always change that, as we've seen in the rapid development of photovoltaics and others. But the other transition that I think is probably essential to think about is the fact that over the next 30 years or so, the role of the non-OECD developing countries will increase from 50% or plus primary energy to up to 70%. And that there will be, even at 3% projected growth, that will it will engender a huge requirement for capital and a huge change in terms of the competition among technology providers to these countries. And as we've heard in the sessions today, there'll be increasing interest on the part of the developing countries in the development of local technology and businesses in this area. So to me, the key question is, one, cooperation among countries to sort of minimize unnecessary competition. And two, but what are the geopolitical consequences of this shift in terms of the developing world really representing the core of the energy system over the next 30 years?
I think Bob's right. Energy intensity grows, and therefore that's the reason we can have such impressive growth in renewable energy over the last 20 years, and yet while at the same time the share of hydrocarbons remains, I think flat at 81%, from 40 years ago. Because it's not that renewables are not growing, it's just the overall energy demand and energy intensity demand is growing as well. But I think if you take what Bob said about the fact that the developing world is growing as far as energy demand consumption, growing far faster than the developed world, and that the financing is not there to do it. That's been the failure of Power Africa and the failure of some of the similar worldwide initiatives was because at the end of the day, the banking system wasn't there to finance the goals. And the multilateral financial organizations did not reform themselves to provide the kind of financial facilities that will allow for credit and other things to be available. If that happens, I'll just throw out what I think eventually becomes the big geopolitical problem, is that the more distance you have between the developing world and the developed world, the more of the friction that you have that is no longer energy, but rather a friction that becomes political. And you'll have more migration from the southern part of Africa to the northern part of Africa and pressure onto Europe. You will have more migration and failed regimes in South America or that will affect Central America that will become more of a causeway for migration to the United States. You will have more tensions in Asia because while we've always had these gaps between the haves and have-nots on energy, we've rarely had those gaps while at the same time we've had a bridging of knowledge. So now people who don't have know they don't have as much as the other, and they know how much the gap is. So there will be significant consequences if the gap that Bob was talking about statistically continues to happen of that 50 going to 70% and growth only limited to 3%.
Anybody else want to add to that? No? Okay, there's a question in the back, a couple of, yeah.
John Roberts with the Atlantic Council. Amos Hochstein has already started to answer this question. David Livingston mentioned trade as well. But the question is still there. What are the geopolitical requirements in order to secure the Paris climate change targets? And what are the geopolitical consequences if we fail to reach those targets?
You want to start, David?
I'll try to be provocative, and I'll say that the future of the Paris Agreement, as just the agreement itself, the political entity that it is, matters a heck of a lot less than the future of that potluck of different climate commitments or individual country commitments that were originally brought to Paris. And crucially, that those commitments, in whatever dimension they were, in whatever sectors they were that countries brought them, that those commitments continue to be seen as in the self-interest of those countries. And so another way of putting that, and to spin the framing of that, John, is simply, it matters a lot more that emissions-free power, in whatever way, shape, or form, across multiple sectors, so not just the power sector, but also in transport and also in industry, and especially heavy industry, that somehow emissions-free energy becomes cheaper and much cheaper than emissions-intensive energy. And that crucially, that remains the case even as the energy mix tips more and more and more towards emissions-free energy. Because as you know, without policy support to ensure that cost differential is maintained, as you begin using less and less and less of what is abundant but just happens to be higher in carbon, that which is abundant and happens to be higher in carbon becomes cheaper and cheaper as you use less and less of it. And so you either need a very aggressive set of and coordinated set of policy mechanisms that ensure that happens, or you need the innovation in the technologies that will make sure that clean power and clean energy is simply cheaper than fossil energy consistently over time.
Dr. Song.
Maybe I just put in a quick comment about this issue. I feel that in the future, whatever issues will need more international cooperation, either for the climate change, for the investment, and also for the technology. So by this part, I feel that if one country and the others, it's difficult to solve the international issues. Although the United States withdraw from Paris Agreement, but I feel that for the whole world, we still need United States to come back. And the United States is a big country, and either for its economics and also for the influence of the geopolitics and others. I feel that is a big world, so we need the cooperation this way and that way. And I feel that, and some people also share the comment, because some of the states in the United States, although the president not support this, but the states are still involved. So I feel that this international cooperation will help for these international issues. Thank you. Yeah.
I would say the leapfrogging is becoming realistic for the developing world nowadays because of the speed of technologies. What is preventing beyond that is the existing institution or existing framework. And then if we are very hopeful, if we are very optimistic, the new world or new geopolitics or whatever, new system is possible to come out from this developing world because they are not bound by the existing systems or existing infrastructure. So if they could introduce a new way of using energy, that would be very hopeful outcome. So I don't say that it is geopolitics, but that they have the potential to make a new system for the rest of the world, while we traditionally already developed worlds are bound by all these old aging infrastructures and then also not flexible systems.
Amos.
I think you have to separate the political decisions, political levels, and what happens in the real world. Sometimes those impact each other and sometimes they don't. So at the end of the Obama administration, there were a bunch of regulations that everybody says he's killing energy jobs. I can tell you that none of those regulations shut down a single coal plant. Those coal plants were shutting down because they were old and because gas was cheaper in the United States. When President Trump had erased those regulations, nobody went out and said, geez, thank God, let's go build some coal power plants. None of that happened because the price of gas is still cheaper and coal has all its other problems that nobody wants to address. So you have political level considerations that, you know, the fact that he talked about getting out of Paris and all kinds of other silly things, they have certain impacts, but they will not affect the kind of long-term things in John's question, and that is what's the geopolitical impacts. As long as technology continues to evolve and to advance, and they will make these energy fuels or energy sources cheaper as solar continues to its price continues to drop, won't be affected by governments. Where government does have an impact is putting certain costs on it. So when luckily we already extended in the United States before President Trump was elected the tax credits for renewable energy. So you have a certain safety in knowing that developers know and investors know that those tax conditions will be there for the next several years. But if some of those start reversing and we therefore financially incentivize dirty fuels over clean fuels, that will have a cascade effect. But outside the United States, I haven't seen anywhere that that's happening. And even in the United States, this president has not put those things in place. He has not put more costs on these technologies. What has happened is the private sectors cause emission increases in the United States. It's not the president that says that we should have bottlenecks that don't allow for gas to move from the Permian to Louisiana. That's bottlenecks in transportation in the United States. The effect of that is that we now have more flaring in Texas, not because the government put a regulation in place, but because there's nothing else to do with that gas if you want to have the oil production in the Permian. So I think we oftentimes conflate what the government does and what the industry does, and that this is all one and the same. And if we want to continue to get towards the goal of a cleaner energy future, to protect it, to try to achieve the 2-degree threshold, we're going to have the private sector continue to do what it does best, which is bring down costs, increase investment. And we're going to have to make sure the government gets out of the way and provides the kinds of incentives that allow the private sector to bring about this change. The government will not bring us to the promised land on this issue. It will be just if they can go back to their role as enablers of the positive forces in the economy.
Good point. We've run out of time, but I can't resist asking one last question for maybe quick answers. You know, I asked the optimistic question, you know, assuming 50 years from now things work out. Year 2019, what concerns you the most right now? What's the black swan that could really disrupt things over the next period of time? So maybe a quick answer from each of you. Not to be too pessimistic.
I'll say very quickly, something that perhaps we didn't even explore enough on this panel is the tension between the interconnectivity and the expansion of networks. And I use networks to mean the electric power sector, but also data networks that are increasingly just as integrated into any energy grid. The necessary interconnection and expansion of those networks to provide the flexibility in the system that can accommodate all these different new resources and have them play together as an orchestra, not a cacophony of different energy resources. That interconnectivity also creates potential risks. And I think that if we have this panel even 5 years from now, Ambassador, we're going to be talking much more about information security and data security and cyber security in an energy security discussion as much as anything else. I'll give you one statistic from the transport sector just to think about, which is that more cars in the United States and soon to be globally, more cars are connected to mobile data networks than cellular phones. And that is for the 2nd year running now, and that trend will probably not reverse for quite some long time. And it just gives you something to think about, and that as we seek efficiencies, we also potentially create new risks and vulnerabilities.
Yeah, cyber issues have really been sort of the nightmare scenario of this conference. Yes.
The speed of technology and lagging system of our society. Living in Japan, where the population is decreasing and then the population is aging, and the government is very slow in tackling with the new technologies or coming up the new businesses, new idea for the businesses, and then losing market inside, and then they try to go out, but then the protectionism is on our way. It is really, how to say, concern as a grandmother that our government or business sectors are lagging behind the speed of the technology advancement.
Yeah. Okay, so quick two. One is the geopolitical issues, and the many black swans happened 2018. So probably I feel that 2019 might be something there. The second one is the American-China trade issue, and the first round negotiation finished. Originally planned 2 days, and expanded for 2.5 days, and both go back and report, and we don't know how about results. And this one will have some important impact for the economy issues global.
Last but not least.
I will say on most of the things we discussed today, I'm with Minister Khaled Al-Faleh. I sleep very well at night. I think I woke up this morning to turning on CNN, where that's what I really worry every day about, what I really worry and lose sleep over, and that is the extreme rise in anti-Semitism in Europe, the extreme xenophobia and white supremacy that is rising again in the United States, the white nationalism across Europe, and just in general, the total nationalist approaches around the world that are rising far faster than we are willing to admit. Only 60, 80 years after the end of World War II, we are back to where we were, and we're not paying enough attention to that. That is the only issue that really worries me, that will affect everything that we do, including energy, economies, and national security across the world.
And
that terrifies me.
And at a time when we have to cooperate more and more. I mean, it's, yeah. Well, I think we've come to the end. I will make one public service announcement. For anybody who cares about the New England Patriots like I do, you can see their playoff game on television, on Abu Dhabi television at 10 o'clock tonight, 1 o'clock start in the U.S. Having said that, I want to thank our panel for I think some excellent presentations and answers, and thank the audience as well. So let's give a hand to the panel and the audience.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Mr. Fadi Sliman, Chief Digital Officer at Petrofac.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I've been given the task to talk about digital transformation on the oil field, but after the presentation yesterday from His Excellency Sultan Al Jaber, I wanted to take a different approach. I'm going to talk about the journey itself. So, with regards, this is actually the digital maturity curve by industry. And the first thing you can observe is the fact that oil and gas is at the lower end of the spectrum, okay? It's not a bad thing, okay? It's just the fact that all of the industries above, they're basically driven by consumerization. So you have the volume, obviously you have demand, and hence the technology itself is driven to its boundaries much, much quicker. Oil and gas is actually more of a traditional organization, so it's sort of a bubble. But with regards to this, companies are starting their digital transformations. We heard yesterday that ADNOC are starting their 4.0. Petrofac, we've started our digital transformation mid-last year. So we'll just give a few insights. So I'm not going to talk about the technology, surprisingly. They've been discussed through the whole time of this forum. So digital twins, robotics, AI, blockchain. We're going to focus more on the fundamentals. So when companies start digital transformation, the key question is, where do you start? And that's a million-dollar question. I mean, there is no right or wrong answer. But the key thing that any company needs to do is they need to fix the basics, okay? So when we look at this, you need a strong platform for your digital transformation to launch. So typically what we say here is you need to invest in your infrastructure, your security, your governance frameworks, your security frameworks to make sure they're equipped for future development. And at the same time, you have to start to think from now about your application landscapes. Because most oil and gas companies still operate in silos and they still have heavy legacy systems. So we need to start looking forward and looking at cloud, software as a service, and other agile tool sets. And the other key point here is the fact that this is a business-driven strategy. It's not technology, it's not IT. So you need to make sure you get 100% commitment from your leadership, and it comes from the top, the board, the CEO, that this is coming and there is a reason for it. So business ready, technical ready. So I believe there are 3 digital pillars. They are about culture, it's about productivity, and it's about the customer. So when we talk about culture here, we're dealing with people. So, you know, it has to be handled very, very carefully. Change management is crucial. There needs to be a lot of communication. You know, where we are, why we're doing this, and how is it going to impact the organization and the workforce as well, because there will be impacts. And the second point here is that already a lot of organizations have a form of innovation, most probably in the organization. What I would suggest here is have one that focuses on digital, because the whole point of this is bringing out ideation from the organization. It's bringing out the people's ideas, and some of the simplest ideas can be some of the most impactful. And then the final thing here is about education. So on education, it's an opportunity to upskill your staff. The current applications you have in your company, I mean, we've gone, as an example, we're on Microsoft, but we have some very powerful digital tools that we don't really use. So some of them, for example, are your SharePoint, Power BI, and Teams. So for collaboration, mainly around collaboration and analytics, which is the future. The second point is on productivity. So at the end of the day, why are we doing this? This is all about optimization, okay? It's doing things smarter, faster, with agile, and at the most cost-conscious perspective, you know? So there's a concept here we say about digital thread, and it's very, very important, and I'm going to try to explain it in about 20 seconds. So digital thread is basically the key that links or interconnects all your systems as an organization. That today is practically non-existent, I can tell you that. But that's the vision. That's what every company should be striving for. And the reason for that is that you have seamless integration from your ERP through to any subsystem that looks after your customers. Okay? And at the same time, it drives a single source of truth that tackles your big data issues of today. And the final thing on productivity, you know, when you start this journey, start to show quick wins rapidly. You know, there's things that, again, we're doing at Petrofac that really have demonstrated this. We're using something called RPA, which is robotic process automation. It's a newer technology. It's basically bots that are on machines. They tackle very tedious manual tasks, and at the same time, they're using machine learning. So they can do user case scenarios, and that's something that eliminates quite a lot of administration work. So that's just a start. It just shows the value. The other one is about data science. So using data that you have, again, we were talking about a lot of data in companies, that's true. For example, in our case, we're using supply chain management just to showcase how, if you use data correctly, the insights you can get are extremely valuable. So it's a taste of things to come. The final thing here is on the customer. So about the customer, we've been hearing this constantly through this forum as well, is about collaboration. It's all about collaboration. We need to create an environment where suppliers, customers, partners come together and really think about ideas. And these are industrial issues, by the way. They're not the industry's issues, and potentially regional, but potentially global. So, we're in the lovely city of Abu Dhabi, and I've already made my contacts with ADNOC. I've already made my contacts with Mazda. So I'm going to bring in Etisalat, and we're going to get we're going to go to ADNOC's Innovation Center or potentially Etisalat's. We're going to sit together. We're going to start that. So maybe next year we can have a discussion about that. So really, what we're doing here is we're shaping the organization. We're shifting towards optimization, and then we're sharing in the ecosystem of the industry. So I just want to show a user case we'll be doing. We have a product called Petrolytics. We've just created it, and it was based on the feedback from the ecosystem we're in. We're a EPC company, and we're also a oil field services company. So one of our customers in the North Sea, they were very keen to get more insights, quicker insights, and also, at the same time, maximum availability. So what we've done, we haven't changed anything. We just thought, what do we have? We have IoT, we have data. We started to play with AI. We've started to play with machine learning. What we've done is we've transferred our domain knowledge in advanced algorithms to come up with a predictive analytics platform that allows us to, today on major outages, gives us 10 days before an outage happens on average. That's changing our culture as a company because it's making us much more proactive than reactive. Okay? So again, just one little example. Digital transformation key takeaways. I wouldn't do my job if I can't let everyone in this room take a few little things away. So basically, again, you're dealing with people, so change management is critical. Collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. I can't say it enough. I think a couple of people have been saying more heads are better than one. That's absolutely true. And at the same time, a big issue that I've been in oil and gas for about 6 months, very short period of time, but one thing I've noticed is that the youth in the organizations is not like the previous institutions I've been at in the industries. So, and I know all the Generation X and the millennials, they want to go to the Googles and, all the other companies like the advanced companies, Facebooks. We need to make oil and gas sexy again, okay? And this is very, very important for oil and gas because we keep telling about big data and data. But the problem here is that Gartner has put some prediction on by 2022, the youngsters coming up, the Generation X and millennials coming into the workplace, they will have the skills as the data scientists I have in my organization today, which are very, very few and far in the world to get quality ones. They're going to come out of institutions, and that's not their main domain. Okay? So that's going to tackle the big data issues of the future. And at the same time, the mature staff we have in the organization are critical because they have the domain experts. You put those two demographics together, and you've got a very powerful solution already in place. So when we talk about digital transformation, it is a fad, okay? And the way to think about this really is about the continuous next. Why? Because this is an evolution. Someone was just saying on the presentation before, it's about the transformation takes time. It's the same thing with digital transformation. You're not going to get it in 1 or 2 or 3 years. When you've done your full transformation, it could be 5, 10 years, right? But at least you're driving to something, and you know, it's a journey. So the last 3 things I'm going to leave you with is 3 words that you can take away, and that is shape, shift, and share. Okay, thanks very much, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Jennifer Niana, energy reporter at The National.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the session on the future of shale, US and beyond, one of the last 2 sessions on day 2 of Global Energy Forum at the Atlantic Council. The US shale story has been one of the biggest disruptors of the global energy markets. We've seen production from US shale basins reach 11.7 million barrels per day last year, and the EIA predicts that this year will see momentum pick up to 12 or to above 12 million barrels per day. But can the revolution be sustained? Is it sustainable, as questioned by the Saudi oil minister? To talk about the shale story, I'm pleased to introduce our panelists. Tom Marchetti, President, Energy Intelligence. Adam Siemensky, President, King Abdullah Petroleum Studies and Research Studies. And Tom Earl, Chief Commercial Officer at Venture Global LNG. We have a few runners just along the sides of the room. So if you have any questions, feel free, at the back of the room, sorry. So if you have any questions, please raise your hands and feel free to question our panelists throughout the discussions. So I'd like to start on a slightly dramatic note and question you gentlemen on whether shale today is the true swing producer in the energy markets. Let's start with you, Adam.
Well, shale is very important in the energy market. Certainly the growth that we saw in total U.S. production in 2018 was pretty remarkable. Keep in mind that a lot of the growth that has been coming from shale includes condensates and natural gas liquids that is not a perfect substitute for crude oil. So that has some issues associated with it. I think what the energy minister said this morning to our group was there's still room in the markets for shale. Demand is growing. Traditional oil production does have a decline curve and has to be replaced. And so I'm not going to disagree with the energy minister that the growth in shale production is not incompatible with continuation of production from the OPEC countries. Both are going to be needed. I think that the real danger point that we would face, is, you know, and this would be a global issue, is if there were to be an economic slowdown of the kind that we had in 2008, 2009, the impact that that would have on demand could be devastating, and the downward pressure that that could put on oil prices and eventually oil production could be a stunning one too.
What are your thoughts, Adam?
No, I largely agree with what Adam said. I don't consider U.S. shale to be a swing producer. It's shortly short cycle, and I would say that, you know, to Adam's point, lower oil prices made the U.S. more resilient on the downside. But, you know, as we move forward, I think people need to be aware that, you know, the activities and the environment that existed in the past is not going to exist in the future, and 2 main reasons. One is the erosion of quality inventory and resources, because you are depleting high-quality resources, you're moving out to the fringes of the core areas. And the second thing is the access to capital markets and financial availability. And I'll give you some statistics around that. In 2015 in 2016, 2017, the industry outspent cash flow by 125%. Right? In 2018, you had very much unprecedented growth in the U.S., 1.8 million barrels a day of growth. You had a 20% increase in CapEx, but you spent within cash flow. Right? As you move forward at $50 oil environment, you're not generating free cash flow. Most of the industry under $50 is negative on free cash flow. So what's your alternative? The alternative is to go to the access capital markets. In 2016, we had a peak access of equity capital markets of $40 billion. Last year, it was 2. Right now, we're less than 5% of the S&P in terms of energy weighting. What do you think it's going to be next year? It's going to be less. So without free cash flow generation, without access to capital markets, where do you generate growth? You don't. So that ability to be a swing producer or really accelerate to have the same type of bumper year you had this year isn't going to exist in the future.
Let me just very quickly add to Tom's comment that to act as a swing producer, in a sense, you've got to act quickly. Certainly, company and government-held inventories can come into the market very rapidly. The spare capacity that OPEC holds, largely in Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Kuwait, can come back in. That does actually take a little bit of time. And shale could act partially in that way, but if you take into consideration what Tom just said, there are time lags available to both pull it out of the market and put it back into the market.
You come from the gas side of the business. What has been the growth story for shale gas so far in the U.S.?
Well, certainly for LNG markets fueled by shale gas, shale has created a really phenomenally exciting, fascinating time for the LNG markets. Shale has helped reduce the cost of LNG on the global markets. The U.S. structure of the gas markets fueled by shale has meant that U.S. liquefaction companies have been able to offer customers around the world a much more flexible LNG product. So that cost reduction and that increase in flexibility has created an environment which has really contributed towards the growth of the overall LNG market, which over each of the last 2 years has increased by about 10% a year. And I think even some of the most pessimistic forecasts for the LNG growth over the next 10 years as we get towards 2030 is about a compound annual growth rate of around 4 to 5%. So a tremendously exciting environment, very constructive environment for LNG, which has been helped a lot by shale. It's not only the supply side where shale has dramatically affected the supply of LNG, where the US really has to compete against the equally or very low-cost resources in the Middle East and Russia, for example, and we see an environment where there is an increasing trifecta building for this increasing LNG demand as we move towards a market that's 330 million tons today, up to around 600 million tons towards the end of the next decade. But there is the supply side and the advent of shale has enabled lower pricing, a different pricing for LNG to be priced as gas rather than LNG to be priced as oil. Customers find that very attractive, and that flexible product which enables the customers to divert cargoes as their demand needs change. And the confluence of that supply side with the demand side, which has already been spoken about very well over the last 48 hours, as it were, the increased demand in LNG from China, from Southeast Asia, and perhaps the less well spoken about aspects of Europe, where you have a very declining production environment in places like Groningen, for example. Again, add a constructive environment from the demand side for LNG. And then you have the technological side, or the innovation side, where you have almost 30 FSRUs in operation around the world, which have slashed the cost of regasification terminals down from $1 billion, simple numbers, down to $300 million. And we've seen the number of importing countries go up to around 40 countries from about 10 years ago. So that innovation, alongside the confluence of the supply side changing, demand side changing, and also now the emerging innovation, which is modular, factory-built liquefied gas trains, which are lower in cost to build, they're faster to build, they're in controlled factory environments, and the emergence of those modular trains is decreasing the cost as well. But shale certainly has created the environment and the catalyst for this lower cost and more flexible LNG environment. Swing, I'm not sure, but certainly has helped create this incredibly constructive growth environment for LNG.
The Saudi oil minister earlier today mentioned that they have sufficient resources following the independent audit to replenish barrels for the next few decades. Was there some sort of subtle messaging that even though shale has proven to be, has outpaced Saudi and Russian production, is there a subtle messaging from the Saudi oil minister that even if you're able to match production, we still have the lowest cost barrels, we're still able to bring in conventional production, and we still have the resources available to do so?
I think that would be a great question to ask the minister. CAPSARC is an independent research institution, a think tank. We're not part of the government, and we don't speak on behalf of the government. And I don't speak on behalf of the energy minister or anybody else in Saudi Arabia other than CAPSARC. I'd say that in general, the resource base in Saudi Arabia is very strong. And part of that message, I think, has to do with, and the costs are very low, and that whatever happens to demand for oil looking out into the future, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will be playing a strong role in providing oil into those markets.
And there's also an argument that all shale is not created equally, and shale production is more of volume, quantity over quality, and that the kind of crude that you see from the basins is of a lighter variety, and you might hit a refining wall given demand for gasoline and diesel in emerging economies and demand for a heavier version of crude. Is that a cause for concern in the surging production that we're seeing in the US today?
Yeah, I mean, our forecasts right now show that the incremental growth that comes out of the United States for crude oil is going to require that 60% of that demand is satisfied by the global market. You know, we talked about some of the milestones that you're going to probably hit in 2019. You know, global U.S. refinery capacity hit 18.5 million barrels a day. It's still only at probably 91, 92% utilization, so there's still room to the upside. But by 2020, 2021, you're going to hit a wall in terms of how much ultra-light crude capacity you can refine. It's going to be largely dependent upon the ability to access global markets. Now the question is, where does that crude go? What does that crude displace? At the moment, we see most of those opportunities being in Europe for export markets. It's a good product to blend with heavier crudes, Urals. You know, there's some opportunities, probably a little bit more limited in Asia, but you're going to have to find and create new international markets because they're simply running out of opportunities in the United States.
What are your thoughts on it, Adam?
I think you should move on to that. I think that answer was perfectly sensible.
On to gas, I wanted to know what sort of demand you're seeing from Asia for US LNG.
Strong. There is an increasing pattern. The data points are in the deals. I think we were in an environment only 2 years ago where many analytical elements of the market were saying that long-term deals are over. We're moving to a very short commoditized market and so on. The Asian part of the market is still looking for long-term contracts. I think between Anatole at Cheniere and ourselves at Venture Global, I think about 12 long-term firm LNG contracts, SPAs, have been signed over the last 18 months. And some of those are in Asia. I think the latest one, the Cheniere one with PetroChina, will be evidence of that. I think there's a lot more to come. I think the pockets of demand, it's not only the well-known story of policy-led LNG growth in China as they pivot away from coal. There is other substantial pockets of demand, like Thailand, for example, where indigenous pipe gas production is in significant decline and needs to be replaced by LNG. And there's very substantial work programs afoot with regasification terminals or increasing existing regasification terminals. There is new pockets of LNG from non-existing buyers, such as the Philippines, for example. Same indigenous gas pipe issues of declining indigenous production. New markets like Myanmar, for example, Vietnam. So I think Asia on that eastern side, and then of course there's the recent programs over the last couple of years from Bangladesh, Pakistan, and India. Just in the middle of last year, India's demand for LNG was around 28, 29%, I think in Q3, year-on-year higher for LNG. And India is certainly shows signs of huge mobilization. There's new regasification terminals. So I think in India as a whole, Asia as a whole, there's a very constructive environment and a demand for US LNG. It will not be it will be done, I think, in proportion. So I think the portfolio buyers appear to be looking for a share of their portfolio to come from the US, as the US occupies an increasing share of the global market that will extend towards 25-30% of the global market. They're looking to replicate that in their own portfolios, and you see that happening. The evidence is in the deal. Look at the recent deals where they're looking to put 25 to 30% of their portfolios on to Henry Hub US-based LNG supplies.
And within the US, has export capacity kept up with the shale gas boom?
To an extent, yes, and I think it's iterative, isn't it? Because the growth markets for gas in the US are really largely limited to LNG exports. The power sector is not growing. The domestic use of gas is not particularly growing. And so the LNG exports are the answer to a lot of this increase in shale gas production. The two need to match. Of course, they don't match year on year, and therefore you get some dislocations that the US is very good at. The capital markets of the US and the innovative infrastructure companies like Kinder Morgan or Enterprise Products, for example, link those via deploying capital into pipelines and infrastructure to make the two meet. It's not always perfectly on time, but I think in the US what the evidence has shown over the last 5 years since the first wave of LNG that they do meet, if not exactly at the right time. Given that we're dealing with 20-year contracts, 20-year investments, they do marry up, and so I think they do. I think the answer to your question is yes, they do.
There is some need for gas, shale gas, and the light ends from shale oil for the petrochemical business in the U.S. and particularly down in the Gulf Coast area. So and I agree with Tom that the power market is really going to be dominated by renewables over the next 10 years and not so much gas. There are other industrial uses for natural gas besides chemicals where there could be improvements in the markets, but a lot of the gas production is going to go out as LNG. I guess the good news is basins like the Permian and Eagle Ford have a lot of gas, and so the opportunity set for that being a continuing sustainable business is very high.
And Tom, you mentioned earlier that the demand for shale, for lighter crude, will mostly be seen in Europe. Do you see U.S. shale going into other export markets in Asia, for instance?
Yeah, I think I addressed it in the last one. We were talking when I was specifically talking about the European markets and also a limited supply into Asia. So not to be too redundant about that, but maybe a point going back to the last point on LNG. We have 70 metric tons of potential projects coming online for next year for approval. We certainly think that the U.S. market is not going to be as reliant or a need for exports. We think there's enough demand on the U.S. It's certainly not facing the same challenges that crude is. But just one thing to think about, and I think certainly slips people's mind on occasion is the potential for revival of domestic exploration projects. I mean, you think about Chevron going back Bangladesh, Exxon in Pakistan. So to the extent that there are, other IOCs and NOCs that are interested in revitalizing their domestic gas programs, it is something that could kind of crowd out some of the demand for LNG specific delivery. But we think those are things that are more on the margin, but I think it's just interesting to note.
You spoke about modular technology and how it's impacted the LNG markets today, the sort of plug and play that you mentioned earlier. I just want to gather your thoughts on how the financing needs for this particular segment in the US is being met today.
Well, I don't think I think the financing isn't necessarily changed by the specific technology. I think there has been, even if they've been relatively subtle, there's been a track record of modular per se in oil and gas before, and LNG before. I think the fabrication yard that we're using with Baker Hughes in Italy is a Massa Avenza is a fabrication yard that has a track record, for example, in producing modules for Yamal. They were produced on time, on budget, and they helped Novatec and Total deliver a very rare highlight of the industry, if you like, of being on time and on budget. And part of that had to do with the modular nature of those of that project. They had to be delivered in a very narrow weather window in the Arctic, and that drove the need, if you like. And now, what companies like ourselves are doing is taking that model and replicating it or adjusting it and improving it. And so I think there's enough of a track record where I think the finance community are embracing it. I think they love the idea of the control that it puts back in the hands of the projects, because the modules are created in a factory environment where you can really control the schedule much better. You can divide, at least in the field, the workforce by 4. You can cut 25% of the time schedule that it takes to build liquefaction projects. And so there's those things which play into the financing. But I think the signals look good. We need to wait a little bit longer, but to see these projects come to fruition. But the signs are good.
And what sort of impact have the tariffs by China on US LNG had on the long-term view of the market?
Not much so far, I think, is the answer. I think the LNG being a fungible product per se, and it's got increasingly fungible and tradable over the last 5 years. There's plenty of good data on that. I think what China perhaps has avoided to import, even though I believe they've imported 1 or 2 cargoes directly from the US and just paid the tariff. I think CNOOC has done that, or one of the other NOCs perhaps. But even if not, the market is so active in terms of the ability to swap and create physical swaps that I think the tariff itself has not affected the physical spot trading market or the overall. It hasn't affected the overall demand of the market. And I would say in that environment with China and the US has not stopped any of the work product and the number of people working on LNG contracts and so on. The work has gone ahead just at the same accelerated pace than was going on before the middle of last year when this environment was started. So no, I don't think thankfully we're in an environment where that's affected things very much.
Has the trade war had an impact on the outlook for US shale cargoes to Asia, for instance?
I mean, China was importing in excess of 600,000 barrels a day in December or in June of last year. In December, you're down to less than 10,000 barrels per day. So it certainly had an impact. But I think you look at the trade negotiations right now. U.S. energy policy is not aligned with trade policy. The U.S.'s interests and China's interests for trade are at risk right now, and I think both parties understand. We don't expect an immediate resolution, but we do believe that there's going to be very positive and constructive agreements met in the near term. They'll be the building blocks, but we think that the circumstances right now are too dire for both economies that they have to find something that's amenable, and they will do so. And I think that there is going to be increased demand in going into China. I don't think it's the most important thing that they're trying to solve on the trade negotiations, but it's certainly an important element in energy security for China itself, and we're certainly more than capable to be able to be supplying it.
My concern about the trade issues is that that concerns about the outlook for trade would erode consumer and investor confidence, and that would lead to a slowdown in spending and investment that would then slow down GDP, and so that the effect would really be more, not the specific one that you were asking about, but more of a general impact on demand that would be a concern for everybody that's in the energy supply business.
We have a question from David.
Yeah, maybe why he's lining up for his question, because I know he's gonna have a pretty big interlude to it. So I mean, I think most I think most Wall Street analysts probably were looking at growth next year ratcheting down probably by at least 300,000–400,000 barrels a day. And to Adam's point, I think most of that reflects a tightening in demand concerns.
Thank you.
So my question, very simple. Could you talk a bit about the beyond? You've done a lot. You've talked a lot about the U.S. shale, but can you talk about beyond, both geographically and in terms of time? Looking forward 5–7 years, what does it look the same as it does today, and also where else might it look?
You want me to start?
Go ahead.
I mean, listen, Argentina is doing well right now. It's a slow process. It's smaller applications. And listen, the United States had a very unique opportunity because it had an ecosystem. From the education and very strong school of mines to very strong resources. And most importantly, isn't really the technology, although I'm not trying to dismiss that, but technology is exportable. What's not really exportable is the real ecosystem that's developed, and a lot of that is logistics and supply chain management. And that's where you really see the efficiency. If we talk, VG LNG, what have they done to really change their approach for LNG? Shifting down the cost curve has been the most important thing. And the success of shale, we're talking about dispatch, right? It's not the cheapest oil out there. The only way you do produce it is you lower the cost curve. And what the U.S. has been very successful at is lowering that cost curve, but most of that has really come through logistics. So you think about other opportunities around the world. Well, obviously the Middle East does have its fair share of shale. The technology is exportable. The resource is present. Labor, logistics, supply chain management still present issues. It doesn't say that it
water.
What? And water, right. Those are all parts of it. I mean, all those type of things in the supply chain and integration make a very big difference in the cost curve and making, higher cost items like shale economical and, viable to compete with other sources.
I would say the hope of replicability has not been met by the actual replicability. That when I think back to my days of working in the Barnett and with teams of Aubrey McClendon and so on, and there was a lot of thought going into, well, this can be replicated in Vaca Muerta and can be replicated in China and can be replicated in Europe. And you think back to, I think in the UK right now, I think we have one well and the barriers in the UK have been the environmental concerns of the people around and the incentives being misaligned or not aligned in the same way as in the US, where everybody in the same ecosystem is somewhat sharing the benefits of the wells. But I'm not sure I see shale per se, the replicability increasing yet in the next 5 to 7 years. There's a tremendous amount of work, as you know, I think David more than I, on the Vaca Muerta, and but in China it's been being tried for a long time and still not advancing.
Tom mentioned Argentina, the Vaca Muerta. I think in China problem it's a combination of issues, but the geology has turned out to be a lot more complex in China than people expected earlier. Canada's had some success. There's actually shale gas being produced in Saudi Arabia from the Jufara Basin, but it's kind of a let's have a look at it kind of thing. I think that in many places like Russia, for example, that has significant shale resources, both oil and gas, the traditional, conventional resource base is so strong that moving to higher technology shale production isn't really necessary. There's been some experience in Australia. So there are pockets of activity in different places around the world, but the real heart of shale, both oil and gas, is still in the United States.
Unconventionals have joined the narrative of Middle East energy last year. Bahrain announced 8 billion barrels in reserve of shale oil last year, and ADNOC, Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, has said its intention is to develop uneconomical gas reserves here in Abu Dhabi. Has the time arrived for Middle East fracking? I mean, do you see any synergies between US shale drillers and national oil companies here in the Middle East?
Are you asking me?
Happy finding time.
There is a really interesting thing, and it's worth thinking about, actually. There are often different countries that come to the United States. When I was heading the Energy Information Administration in Washington, I'd often meet with delegations that said, we'd like to have access to some of that really inexpensive natural gas. It's like, can we have $3 gas? What my answer was, well, first of all, the U.S. government, so coming to the U.S. government for that purposes doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, because for the most part, the government doesn't own any shale gas. Shale gas is owned by individual, farmers and ranchers and companies, and you would be quite welcome. Anybody, national oil companies or national governments would be welcome to come and make a deal with any of the companies in the United States that are involved in doing that. There isn't anything that would stop them from doing so. But the idea that there would be a government-to-government deal is something that I think probably has pretty low chances.
What are your thoughts on it?
Well, I think it's somewhat the same point that Tom was making about it's not only shale, it's the investment or in new gas programs, the advent of new gas programs in places where the indigenous production has been falling. What's the potential to increase gas production? And the licenses here awarded recently are an example of that. And I think that shale outside of the US is one thing to look at, and the replicability of the US. But I think, as Adam was saying, it's so specific to the geology, and the surface conditions, legal conditions, and so on, that it's a case-by-case basis. But the other aspect of that is that there is still huge ongoing programs which are non-shale related that are arguably far more competitive again. In Russia, for example, where production basins are being bought on or gradually being bought online, which are highly competitive. Papua New Guinea, for example, and another example, which will produce competitive LNG as well, competitive gas as well. So replicability of shale is one thing, and unconventional deployment of capital into unconventional resources in areas like the Middle East and so on is fascinating. But there is also the potential to be producing a lot more gas that can compete against the US shale from other areas in the world, whether they be in the South American offshore basins or Gulf of Mexico or in the Middle East.
We've also heard a few Middle East companies like Mubadala express interest in developing shale oil and also invest in LNG facilities in North America. Are we likely to see a pickup in momentum of investment flows from the Middle East into shale oil and gas in the US?
Tom, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
I think the answer is yes. Sorry, were you going to?
No, go ahead. Which either.
I think the answer. I'm fascinated by that, and I think the answer is probably yes. I think that there's a certain logic to that redeployment or diversification of expertise that's here and deploying it in not only the US, but the US can be part of it. And I think already the Middle East has a great track record. If you take America, for example, not only the Motiva operations, which are world-class on the Gulf of Mexico of Saudi Aramco, but if you look at the investment of Mubadala through Nova Chemicals into the Port Arthur ethane cracker, which is using shale ethane from the Marcellus, shipped down a pipeline all the way to the Gulf of Mexico. This is a world-class investment by Mubadala, and so you could argue that it's already started, and it started some time ago. And I think it's just a case of individual examples that fit the strategies of individual Middle Eastern companies. If the opportunities are good enough, maybe the news is right. Maybe the journalists are right that will be the trend.
You know, you did hear actually earlier Tom Marchetti say that he was concerned about the availability of capital for shale development in the United States. There's a lot of issues surrounding that. So it's certainly possible that foreign capital could come into that business. I think it would depend on what foreign investors felt they were going to get out of that. You know, was it access to the technology, or were they just looking for a return? And if they're just looking for a return, maybe there is something else to do that's not shale.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the approach that the United States has been forced to take is very much bifurcated. If you started 2018, the beginning of the year, 20% of production is by the majors, low 30% is by the U.S. independents. If you took the Wall Street estimates at the beginning of the year and look at 2018 actual production, it was very much close. But nobody expected 1.8 million barrels a day of production out of the U.S. So where did it come from? It came from the private companies, private funds, foreign investment funds. They're driven by different motivation. There's different strategies. Some of them are learning experiments. But I think that longer term, you know, there is going to be a need to be focused on returns for individual investors. That's what they're requiring. But there's also a need for cash flow, for production, for energy security. So I think they can coexist.
And in terms of profitability, we've seen the U.S. president push for prices to go lower. He tweeted in late November that the low prices were a tax cut for America and the world, and he wanted the prices to go even lower. What has been the sort of impact on the profitability of U.S. drillers because of the messaging from the U.S. government?
I'm not sure I got that.
What sort of impact has the president's tweets, for instance, had on had on the drillers in the U.S.?
On the drillers, I would say none. I don't think they pay that much of attention to it. I mean, the president's policy is very much in favor of jobs. It's very much in favor of, you know, making America great. Part of that has to do with energy security. Part of that has to do with the production growth profile that the U.S. has become more independent and using that as part of trade policy. You've seen that integration. But in terms of his direct impact on drillers and their decision making, I would say it's none. But you know, we had a fun session last night talking about Trump and his tweets. And so maybe I'll paraphrase our hour and a half of closed.
Chris and David are cooking up some nasty questions over there. Let me just jump in and say that along the lines of what Tom just said is that there is one area, the kind of pullback in environmental activism on the part of the White House now, I think has created some opportunity set for the companies. But it's really kind of interesting. There are a lot of things that the companies are going to do that really don't have that much that they are going to take certain actions in the environmental area, controlling methane that they feel is just in their own interest, whether the Environmental Protection Agency has a new set of rules on that or not?
I mean, they're fun to look at. They're fun to look at in the coffee break, but then we go back to work. I think.
Sure.
I mean, genuinely. I mean, well, maybe we look at Brexit too in the coffee break, but then we go back to work. Get on with the job.
But on a serious note, I would add though that what is unprecedented about the president isn't his tweets. It's the fact that he is interjecting his opinions on policy into the market on a daily basis and interacting with it. So as we talked about last year, if you kind of frame it, if there's a certain amount of variables in the market, you're now inserting another variable. So that provides greater amount of uncertainty, greater levels of variability, and what it's doing right now is creating greater levels of volatility. We believe, broadly speaking, that over time, that volatility will erode because I think the president is being more transparent. I'm not saying the message is the right message or the wrong message, but it's consistent and it is providing more transparency. And over time, the market will learn to adjust to that. It'll become more efficient.
Chris Mitchell, S&P Global Platts. Assuming there is no capital limitation, we know there's not a resource constraint, and assuming that price is, let's say, above $70, just to make life easy for you, how high do you think US shale oil production can get to? What do you think the level is it can get to? And what will be the constraining factors that limit it getting higher?
So in the beginning, the two constraining factors I was talking about was the deterioration or erosion of quality resources. That's something that we think comes into play, but on a slower basis. I mean, before we start to deal with China and trade balances and global risk, we were thinking that was probably a 2021, 2022 event. We pulled that forward. 2019, we originally had growth projections of 1.2 million barrels a day. We're pulling that down under 1 million barrels a day. I think that the growth rate is going to moderate. It's going to moderate at an accelerated pace. 2019 is not going to change much. 2020, we'll see a much more dramatic drop off in capital spending.
I think that the infrastructure is the key piece, or a key piece, and there are a phenomenal amount of pipeline projects in planning which are a key piece of that key piece, if you like, both on gas and crude and products. What the Kinder Morgans of the world and the enterprise products of the world and so on are very good at is identifying, and indeed the traded market of the US gives the price signals very starkly that enable perhaps those investment decisions in the infrastructure to be taken more visibly, more easily, and the capital very quickly follows the plans of those companies to link the constrained markets with the demand centers, and where those prices become dislocated. I think the track record of the US is that prices don't stay dislocated for very long before infrastructure projects come in, of course backed by credit-worthy, often 20-year take-or-pay contracts which secure the investments into those infrastructure projects. But that's one of the main areas that the focus will be on in terms of increasing the ability of the US system to increase its production of products in natural gas.
So
I was just going to say, just speaking to the infrastructure point, we do. I know, I'm getting in there. I'm starting to do the same thing you were doing. But we have.
I can't remember this question anyway.
Are you guys looking for me to jump in here? Is that the thing? EIA has modeled this. CAPSARC has taken a look at it through some other. We have some people working on this, but we also have other consultants and outside people that look at it. And what I would say is it all depends on the price, Chris. So if you're talking about a $40 oil price, you're going to get less than you get at 60, and you're going to get more at $80.
He did say 50.
For shale. You did say 50?
Oh, 70.
70. See, I didn't hear that part. 70, and you would still grow it. I mean, I've seen numbers, and this is from EIA, that everybody kind of thinks everything is going to slow down kind of at current prices, and let's say current prices 60 to 70, when you get to around 2025 or so, and then it begins to, the growth rate slow. I think that depending on the technology, that it could still go out. I've seen some estimates that say total U.S. crude production, so black crude production, 10 million barrels a day now could be twice that in 2030 if under the right circumstances. And all of that growth would probably be coming from shale. So, and shale currently, and it's like, it's really hard. I mean, one of the things you want to keep in mind is knowing how much oil is shale oil is not easy. EIA has spent a lot of time looking at this. You can measure what's coming from the shale areas, like the Permian, 4 million barrels a day of output from the Permian, but maybe only 2.5 of that is shale, and the other 1.5 is conventional crude, and so you're always kind of mixing things around. But the numbers could go up. The other thing that I think is a huge unknown, and we've talked about it at the edges here, is the technology. The recovery rates for shale oil and shale gas in the United States, where you have the most experience with it, are still pretty low. I mean, you know, like they're single-digit numbers, percentages, or low double-digit. By low, I mean 11 or 12% kind of recovery rates. It's not anything like the 40, 50, 60, 70% recovery rates that you get for traditional reservoirs. And so the opportunity for somebody to come up with some kind of change in technology that improves that number exists. And that would make a very dramatic difference, because if you look at one of the other things that EIA and the U.S. Geologic Survey has looked at is there are a lot more potential gas basins in the U.S. where shale gas could be available than there are oil basins.
Right.
And once you go through the Permian, and that's why everybody is thinking by the mid-20s why things might plateau off, you're going to need that breakthrough in technology, because it's not clear that there's another Permian that you're going to be able to go to lift the numbers.
I mean, I know the more interesting part is the oil part, but as the poor younger brother on the gas side, I mean, the gas environment with a gas, I know you perhaps an equivalent on the gas price to a $70 oil price. If you have a $3 gas price, even the dry gas basins, and this is being proved up day by day in the Haynesville, for example, the volumes of gas that are possible and profitable at $3 are phenomenal. And the data sets that are out there from BP and Shell and Chevron, for example, of what's producible at that kind of price is phenomenal. It's just the infrastructure that's needed to link those with the export facilities.
We have a question here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you have much time left, but just a question on the price of money. The shale boom has come into the world during a period in which money has essentially been free, and now we're facing a somewhat return to normalization of higher interest rates, etc. There's been some analysis that would cap the potential for shale. What's your own view on that looking forward? If we do continue to get to normalized interest rates, does that have any downward pressure on the growth potential of U.S. shale?
We definitely assume that. We believe that there's going to be continued downward pressure on it. It's becoming much more of a manufacturing environment and more less opportunity for differentiated returns. I think there'll be more less advancements on gathering resources and more advances on the development of those resources and the manufacturing of those resources. And if you look at the valuations for those type of business models, they generate lower returns and they have lower multiples. And associated with that, it's going to attract less dollars. So I think capital markets are going to be restricted to that, and you're going to have lower amounts of allocations going after those type of activities.
I have just a slightly different take on that. You know, having looked at capital formation issues over most of my career on Wall Street, what I would say is that if the returns are available, the capital will flow to those returns.
Right.
And that thinking about limitations on capital, that's true when the returns are getting close and the opportunities for investment to go elsewhere is similar. But if because of technology or because of the demand for natural gas on a global basis, if it's strong enough, my guess is the money would flow to make it happen.
It depends on your outlook for price and for returns. Right. If you're thinking about a $100 environment, and the costs aren't going to be $100, costs don't have to follow up because you have to develop either a way to lower your cost curve, or you have a way to, say like Adam was talking about, increase your recovery factor, something that changes the business model that really, you've had a decline and a contraction in margins. You'd have to change that trajectory.
The problem we found with the $100 environment is if you have that long enough, you begin to constrain demand, and then that leads to the erosion of those returns. Yeah. So it's as Tom said, it's a return issue.
Lastly, is the view of the EIA that shale could surge to beyond 12 million barrels per day, is that a realistic one in the current price environment? I'd like to start with you, Adam.
In what environment? I mean, yes. I mean, what I said is you could have, if there's 7.5 million barrels a day of shale, of oil production coming from the shale basin areas now, getting to 12.5 million barrels a day is no problem at all if you have the right conditions in place to do it. The resource base is there. So I think that what we're always facing is and it almost goes back to your question about Saudi Arabia. The resource base exists in Saudi Arabia. The resource base for shale exists in the United States, and it's really a question of what does the market look like for consumers to want to use oil in a sustainable way.
Thank you. Any more questions from the audience? Yes.
In 2014, they said the shale oil 1. 2 years ago, they said shale 2. And it has to do with the prices from $70 break even to 45 to 50. Now, what's like the break even cost for shale oil and the future of the rig activities?
Yeah, let me, that's a really easy question to ask, and it's a good question, and it's a really hard one to answer. And let me explain why. Because you've got short cycle, mid cycle, and full cycle issues, right? So what you can do in over the course of a year is one thing. What you can do if you're trying to price in the above cash costs, and what you have to price in if you're paying for everything, the land acquisition, the engineering, and all of the taxes and so on that go with that. So the break-even numbers depend on whether you're going to talk about cash costs or the full cycle costs, just as an example. And then they depend from field to field and tax regime to tax regime. So ultimately, I think that what people right now seem to be narrowing in on is that $40 is too low, $80 is too high, and something near $60 or $70 might be the kind of number that makes sense in the near term. But all of that is going to depend on a lot of other factors that enter into the marketplace.
I would add a little bit to that, because I tend not to think about break-evens, but think about dispatch, because if you have 1 million barrels of supply and you have 1 million barrels of demand, your break-even might be X. But if you need to go up 200,000 barrels additional, that might be $5. But if you have to go for another 100, well, to bring on those additional resources might be $10. The curve is not linear. And I think when you think about break-evens, what I would say is the curve went from being very steep, because we've had a lot more technology and a lot more delineation of the resources. The curve is flattened out a little bit, but you still do have to think about things in terms of dispatch. And if we do have increased demand and bringing on those resources and the quality of it, it's still going to require prices moving up. It doesn't, we may be at price equilibrium from a certain demand growth right now at 50, 60 million and a half barrels of demand. When you're still facing unmitigated declines of 3 to 4% globally, maybe that is a $70, $80 plus number. And I think that's the real question. It's not just break even for a certain price point, it's the dispatch.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Tom and Adam. Really very much appreciate it. And Adam, we really appreciate the partnership with CapStark. That's been just so helpful over the course of the past couple days. This is the paper that Jennifer just mentioned, The Future of Shale, the U.S. story and its implication. There'll be copies on the way out the door, so I hope you pick one up. It's a really great paper, and unfortunately the author, well, fortunate for her, Ellen Scholl got into the Foreign Service, and so can't be here today. She was originally going to be on the panel, so she is now in training to join the U.S. Diplomatic Corps, so it's great. But it's a really good paper and the beginning of a longer effort on the future of U.S. shale and the internationalization of shale. Thank you all for sticking with us for the past 2 days and a long couple of days, but I hope we're incredibly interesting, thought-provoking, and ultimately will help you make better decisions over the next year. I haven't been out here much today because I've been in back-to-back meetings with a number of our stakeholders already talking about what the Atlantic Council's research will look like over the course of 2019 and what we will be doing here in 2020. Some of the ideas include hydrogen in China, the possibility of international cooperation instead of competition on next-generation nuclear technologies, and then a more expansive geographic focus on Asia, East Asia, Southeast Asia, South Asia. You're going to be hearing from us in the next few weeks and over the course of the next couple months, looking for feedback on the type of work we should be doing, what will be helpful for you, what will bring you back here next year, and make this an even more impactful event. It's fitting to end the evening with a panel on one panel on U.S. shale and then one panel on the future of OPEC. Together, it is the issue that is perplexing markets for a few years now. With the two people who are about to join on stage, you will see what they think the future of OPEC and their non-OPEC partners are, and their decisions and efforts over the next year will be incredibly important for markets, for energy security, and for the global economy, not just for 2019, but for years to come. So thank you again for joining us this weekend. I want to thank our partners, in particular the Ministry of Energy and Industry, Mubadala, ADNOC, Masdar, Crescent Petroleum, Etihad, our knowledge partner CapStark, the international media partner CNBC, and the World Energy Congress, which is here in September. And I hope you all come to that as well. Now, without further ado, I want to introduce Halima Croft, Global Head of Commodity Strategy at RBC, and an Atlantic Council board member. Thank you, Halima.
Thank you, Randy, and thank you all for staying for this panel. I am an OPEC watcher as my profession, and so I can say that, not to offend anyone, but I believe we have saved the best for last. When we had the first Global Energy Forum 2 years ago, it was just weeks after the Joint Declaration of Cooperation was announced. This was basically the first forum where the OPEC ministers brought the message about the agreement to, I would say, a largely skeptical market. Now we're 2 years in, and we get a health check, a gut check, on where this agreement stands. What I like about this forum is, as Randy Bell said, experts have come in from around the world. I mean, you are the expert community, but there is a subset here today. It's the OPEC watchers that sit in the basement dwellers at the Secretariat who twice a year eat all the cookies, eat all the sausages, and cover in minute detail everything these ministers say. They are sitting in the front row. I am expecting you to ask questions. So without further ado, let me introduce you the leadership of OPEC for 2018, UAE's Minister of Energy and And the man who has been there from the beginning of the Joint Declaration of Cooperation, I call him the chief oil diplomat, His Excellency Secretary General Mohammed Barkindo. So I'm going to ask a few questions, and then our excellent mic runners are going to come to you. And if you don't ask questions, I'm going to start calling some of you out. So, without further ado, Your Excellencies, can you give us an assessment of 2018? This seems like it's been a very challenging year for OPEC. There have been looming questions about the health of the global economy because of fears about trade wars and slowdowns in demand potentially. There have been questions from Washington about, OPEC, criticism of OPEC, and we've had the fourth quarter, which was an extremely volatile quarter for prices. So can you sort of look back on the year, talk about what your challenges were, your goals, and sort of give yourself a sort of grade for how the year went? Minister?
Thank you, Halima. And it's great to see this crowd, even though we are in the evening of the second day. So I think that's a testimony that it's working. Let's go back to the same time last year. Same time last year, we were exiting a year of a $53 average, a year of uncertainty on how OPEC and non-OPEC going to continue in the second year, and is it going to be over when the mission is going to be accomplished? Those are the main questions that we had last year when we met. And the first 6 months of the year, we have demonstrated discipline, I think, both OPEC and non-OPEC. We stood in course to deliver the promise. Yeah. So when we met in June, the first 6 months of the year, we took care of the remainder of the problem, which was the imbalance in the market. We achieved it. I'm not happy. So I'm fully happy with the first half of the year. The second half of the year, I was not happy with the fluctuation, with that we have seen in the market. But when I look at the other markets as well, we had a shake in almost all of the indices on plays of the geopolitics, sanctions, a combination of the potential of tension between China and the U.S. going to a trade war, and all of the political problems. I think the market was not steady, and it was not good for us as producers, neither for the consumers. Lots of rumors, and but I think that drove us when we met in Abu Dhabi during ADIPEC to change the strategy. So I think the fact that is the group of OPEC and non-OPEC working. I think the group are working on both ways. If we have to increase production, we will. If we have to reduce production, we will. The objective, the target is meeting that balance of the market, trying to stay on course on maintaining the 5 years average. I think that's what we would require for a healthy economy and for the consuming nations to prosper and develop.
Secretary General?
Thank you, Alima, and good evening, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Let me also join His Excellency Suhail Al-Mazrui in once again congratulating Atlantic Council for establishing this forum within such a relatively short time to be the forum to attend early in the year, to take stock of the outgoing year, and then also to benefit from highly esteemed and resourceful persons like my friend Amos, my brother Dr. Soon, and Adams, and Jafar, and many others that I met. We just come in from the Christmas and New Year break, So there's no better place to converge than in Abu Dhabi. We're very glad to be here. I've had several meetings today and extremely beneficial. Now, your question is quite apt on 2018, but I must say, I know my brother Suhail Al-Mazrui is very humble and sometimes shy. But beginning 2018, as president of the OPEC conference, he fitted what the Oxford Dictionary defines statesmanship as the skillful, if I correctly remember my English language, it's as a skillful management of statecraft. I think he has demonstrated that throughout 2018, leading the pack, not only within OPEC, but with the non-OPEC, to navigate ourselves through this eventful year. Early in Q2, no less an institution than the IEA came out with a verdict of mission accomplished, that we should just pause and probably walk away and congratulate ourselves. But I remember he said no. We should not beat our chest. We should not declare mission accomplished. We have a job to do. The declaration of cooperation, the decision to adjust the market by 1.8 million barrels a day must continue until we're able to help the market to bring down inventories to the 5-year average that we chose for ourselves way back in 2016 as the metrics to use in rebalancing the market. And then we came to June, and the numbers showed that we had overshot our target. The inventories had actually fallen below the 5-year average, I think by probably 32 or so million barrels. And if you step back to think what happened from January 2017, when we started implementing this deal, to use the fashionable word in Washington these days, is about deals. It took us 18 months to June 2018, 18 months, focusing on helping the market to bring down the inventories to the 5-year average. When we found that we had overshot, to reverse ourselves was a complex decision, and in terms of implementing it was also complex. But probably observers and analysts would think that it's just about mathematics or arithmetic. It's much more than that, because everything had to reverse. As I told some colleagues this morning, it's like reversing a VLCC. You know, if you ask shippers, they will tell you how difficult it is to reverse a VLCC. And then we did that. Now, one of the lessons I have learned personally, and the same thing I think with Suhail, and I got this morning in my round table with the financial guys, is that in turning that VLCC in June, beginning with St. Petersburg, our meeting in St. Petersburg, it was not done in a very orderly manner. So the market started speculating. So this is one of the lessons I have learned today at Atlantic Council. And then coming down to December, when we are faced with the expiration of the implementation of the 1.8, and then we were facing also bearish focus for 2019 in terms of cooling down of the global economy, as confirmed by the IMF, the Fed, and other institutions. And again, surge in non-OPEC supply. When we started the year in January, I think our forecast was probably about 1.5 or so million barrels a day increase. By December, we came up with a figure of nearly 2.5 million barrels non-OPEC supply. Most of that, of course, from the shale basins. The global economy was cooling down. Demand was being revised down. So it was a very contentious situation, and thanks to our president of the conference, Sohail Mazrui, working with his Russian counterpart Novak and others to try to get us on course, because from history, every time we move from one level to another, it becomes so contentious and so complex. So you need a steady hand leadership, and I think we're extremely lucky to have Sohail leading the pack in 2018. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I wanted to talk with you about the actual 1.2 million barrel a day cut. There was some in the market that said it was insufficient because of concerns about slowdown in demand, particularly concerns about China. You need to do more because of the demand outlook. And then there were others who said, well, this is just giving a lifeline to shale, and we're going to have more explosive shale growth that will overwhelm the agreement. So how would you respond to people who basically say, demand is weak, shale is going to grow, is this agreement, is the 1.2 million barrels really going to be effective?
I think, first of all, I would like to thank Mohammed, and I think he gave me more than what I deserve. Without a capable Secretariat and Secretary General and two of my colleagues who were running the GMMC, we wouldn't achieve what we have achieved in 2018. But I think we don't listen, first of all, to those who are either very pessimistic or very optimistic as well. I mean, if we are to listen to them, we wouldn't have been doing what we have been doing for the past, since the beginning of the year. But I think OPEC have changed, especially in the past 2 years. We have become more open, more inclusive. We take data from all sources. We listen to analysts. We listen to heads of state. Sometimes we get criticized, why are we listening, or should we react or not? But we do listen. And I think part of the opening up to all sources of information, integrating with the IEA, the EIA, the IEF, and all. So when we analyze the market and what is the requirement of the adjustment, it's not done in isolation of the views of others. So we look at all of the independent sources, what is their expectation of the growth demand, of the growth on demand, and some people are very pessimistic about 2019. I am not. I don't think we are going to see a financial crisis like some people are saying. I think if every market have someone who is doing what we are doing, I think we can always balance, adjust, and grow with a reasonable growth. A very high growth in demand is not sustainable, we know that. Right. But what we are planning for 2019 is, even if there is a slowdown, we're ready for it, we planned for it, and I think 1.2 is enough. The question was, should we do it for longer than 6 months? Okay. And I think we had a long debate. Okay. Because there are concerns that there will be more shortage on supply other than us from the rest of the world. And as you know, there are two countries which they used to be major producers are not included in the deal. And I think there could be some reduction from those two countries, which is not included. So I don't agree with the fact that we should do more. I think 1.2 is enough. Just wait for a quarter, and then you will see that we are right again.
Secretary General?
The decision, as complex as it was, I can confirm to you, was data-driven. The data was very clear in terms of the demand projection for 2019, when we revised down from about 1.5 to 1.3 in December. And we also revised upwards the non-OPEC supply to about 2.2 million barrels a day. And according to our November monthly, if you recall, the delta in terms of the balance was in the region of about 1.1 to 1.2. And hence, the decision for OPEC member countries to contribute 800,000 barrels a day, and then about 400 or so from non-OPEC. And as Suhail has just said, we are confident that with high level of conformity by all the participating countries, would be able to navigate through the 4 quarters and on the average have a balanced market for the year, which remains our principal objective.
So Secretary General, I'm going to stay with you, because when we were here 2 years ago, as I mentioned, in the inaugural Global Energy Forum, the agreement with non-OPEC was getting a lot of skepticism in the market. People were saying, how can you work with a country like Russia, which in the past had sort of been skeptical when asked about cooperation with OPEC? People just did not believe in the market that this agreement that was seen potentially as a shotgun marriage could last. Could you talk about the status of the relationship with Russia? Is this a relationship that's built to last? And what type of framework do you think it's going to take going forward?
Yes, I recall 2 years ago the buzzword around the conference, the Atlantic Council conference, was about this newfound love between ourselves and the Russian Federation. I think the skepticism was more of a baggage of our history with the Russian Federation way back when we had attempted before to strike some relationship with them. In particular, I think 2008, during the global financial crisis, when it was apparent that we needed to be proactive in a big way to avoid a crash. Russia showed up. Unfortunately, they could not participate in that decision. It turned out, if I recall, in Oran in Algiers to be some fiasco. And people sometimes hardly forget. And when we started this round, those of us who, especially some of us who witnessed the fiasco in Algiers, were very, very skeptical. But times change, and we've been able to bring them on board, and not only Russia, but about 10 other producing countries from the non-OPEC. And in this innovative organ of the GMMC, we were able to get the Russian Federation and Kuwait and later Saudi Arabia co-chairing. They have been participating with us. They have been implementing their own part of the bargain. I think we have come a long way since then. And as Suhail has just mentioned, we are discussing now on how to institutionalize this charter, of which the Russian Federation will continue to play a leadership role.
Where is the charter, sir?
Well, the charter was, the draft charter was initialed. I think we agreed, as we mentioned after the ministerial meeting, that there is a 3 months window. So by end of March, we are expecting to finalize it.
Okay.
Mohammed and the Secretariat, they are following up with the different countries. I don't think it was an issue of the charter itself, but the fact that some countries, they would require Ministry of Foreign Affairs to endorse a charter, some others, they would have to take it to Parliament. But in general, every country was comfortable. And we have taken every comment that we received from every individual country. I think there was a misunderstanding of the charter. People are thinking, is this going to be another OPEC, or is OPEC is expanding? And I don't think that is the interest for or the intention of the charter. The charter is rather a forum that makes OPEC and non-OPEC work together. It's similar to the structure that we have today, but I think everyone, including Russia, are keen to continue working together. The OPEC, as I mentioned, have changed. We're not going to do things naively like before alone. We are going to work with the rest of the producers, and we will do our share, but we are not ready to cut like what we used to cut in the past, 4 million barrels or 5 million barrels, to just adjust for the market. Right. And I think the fact that this is understood by all of the countries that have joined us, and that's what made this agreement and the conformity level from all countries this time, since we started 2 years ago, different than the history. If we just trusted the history, we would have been doing the deal that we have done.
Now I'm just about to open it up to questions, but the final one for me is, how would you respond to your critics? What do they get wrong about OPEC?
I don't know. I think what they got wrong is they think of the beginning and they think nothing have changed. Russia have changed. We have changed. I think the producers from the United States have changed as well. And no one was expecting that the Canadian producers in Alberta would cut production. It happened. Yeah. When people now and investors are looking. So we are moving from an environment where only companies or major companies are controlling the productions to a market where so many investors are investing their money. We don't want them to lose their money. Right. So now I think OPEC is not a cartel. OPEC is a concerned group of producers who are going to work with the consumers to ensure that they supply them with the right crude and ensure it will flow for years and years. The issue, if we're not doing it right, and if it's in our favor and the price is too high, then it will not be sustainable. And if it is the other way around, if the price is so low, investors will quit. And it's not countries, as I said, investing. It's investors who are investing the money. They will quit, and we will have a shortage in the market, and we cannot afford that.
Secretary General, how would you respond? What would a world without OPEC look like?
Well, maybe you should pose this question to somebody sitting there near you, whom we have heard from the grapevine is using his faculty in CAPSAC to undertake this very important study. So Adam Seminsky, I think, is the professor who should tell us at least the preliminary findings of his study, what the world would be without OPEC. Adams, will you like to take the floor?
Actually, well,
he needs a microphone.
The man who needs no introduction. Yeah. With that, Adam Seminsky, you're on the hot seat.
I'll make this very short. That we would have much greater volatility in oil prices, and this is not a good thing for the global economy. What we are able to show in a peer-reviewed academic study using very solid economic assumptions was that the existence of OPEC's spare capacity and the use of that spare capacity reduces the volatility of oil prices and provides a benefit to the global economy that could be as high as $200 billion per year.
Wow.
Maybe we should clap for that.
Thank you.
Now I've become the mic runner, so let's go to questions. Actually, I am going to call out Hadley Gamble from CNBC, the media partner of the Global Energy Forum. So Hadley, I'm going to bring the mic over to you.
You definitely saved the best for last, I have to say. Hadley Gamble, CNBC. Gentlemen, I have to ask you, we're having a lot of conversations, obviously, about what you consider a great success in terms of this OPEC plus agreement and the relationship with Russia, and how important, as you say, Mr. Barkindo, that times are changing and we have to continue the conversation now. We have to work in a new narrative. Many people would say, of course, the fight for market share, that ship has sailed. Can you shed some light, both of you, in terms of your conversations with other producers, shale producers, with those in the United States, particularly within the Trump administration, as you work to balance the markets? What is that going to look like going forward? Because as you say, times have changed, and that conversation actually has to happen. So,
well, I will have a crack at that, and then Mohammed can carry on. Because Mohammed, I think, a fair word to Mohammed, he has been very engaging with everyone. He talked to everyone, he engaged with everyone, and including the shale oil producers. So we started, I think, 2 years ago, engaging with them during the Sarah Week. Of course, they brought their lawyers, and everyone was, I think Halima was there. They were kind of, they want to talk, but at the same time, they were scared that we are going to invite them to join OPEC or something. But the talk was around collaboration on understanding the potential, what is coming, in order for us to balance the market. It's not a commercial talk at all. And we're not expecting them to work with us or to share all of the data. But I think we are living today in a world where data sharing would result in a more planning. The shale oil producers are the main beneficiaries of the lack of fluctuation. I mean, if the fluctuation in the market, if it goes to $35 or $40, especially today, with them trucking some of that production, I think those producers or those investors are losing money. We don't want that to happen. We would like in OPEC that those shale producers continue producing. We need them. Actually, the economy of the world cannot afford not having them. So we don't see them as competitors. I think we see them as a complementing, but there is a risk if they overdo it, like they did in the past. I mean, it will take 2 years to adjust if there is a huge overproduction like what we have seen in the past. And it took us almost 18 months, like Mohammed said, to correct the market. We don't want to see 2014 and 2015 and 16 again. We would like to avoid it as much as possible. Therefore, we see a need for us to compare notes, see their production, and any breakthrough that they have in the shale oil production, we benefit from as well. Our production costs have reduced significantly because of the success of the shale oil. So I think we will continue the dialogue. Sarah Week probably is a good venue. So we are always welcoming them, and we welcome them, and we invite them always to attend whenever we have a conference in Vienna.
Secretary General, anything to add?
It was an ice-breaking meeting, which I think one of the networks called it bread-breaking. When we initiated it, I was not confident that they would even respond to our invitation because of the antitrust encumbrances and so on. But surprisingly, they came up, they showed up, and in large numbers they came. It was a very joyful evening when one of the chiefs from Continental showed up, and even the rest of his colleagues were surprised that he showed up. Harold, are you sure you are in the right hall? Are you sure you are at the right meeting? And everybody was clapping when he came in. And then he looked at me, he said, "Hi, Mr. OPEC." I said, "Hi, Mr. Continental." And his colleagues selected him, since they have no group, selected him to be their chairman that evening. So he should sit across me, and he should represent them in the negotiations. So it was really fun. It was bread-breaking, and we had a very open and frank discussions. We shared with them our data, and they shared with us their experience. And they were the ones who told us about these 100 or so companies that had folded up, had filed for bankruptcy as a result of the downturn. And they confessed to us in that room, all of them were affected. They had slashed their capex, they had slashed their workforce, and so on. And they, in the presence of the antitrust lawyer, he told us that we in OPEC saved them. We saved the industry, and we saved the independent producers in the basins. That without what we did in December of 2016, it would have been worse than a bloodbath. And secondly, they also welcomed this ice-breaking, bread-breaking meeting, and they agreed with us that we are all in the same boat, we belong to the same industry, and that we should continue. They were the ones who asked us to continue this dialogue with them. So I think it's an important step. We have broken this barrier, just like we did with the financial community as well. We went to the city in New York, and we met with the financial players, the big hedge funds. Their role in the evolution of the market continues to grow. And we have been working in silos. We sit down in the Secretariat as basically supply-demand analysts that we are, oblivious of what is happening around us. And gradually, we are seeing that these guys are the ones dictating the pace of movements in the market. So we had to respond to the vision of the ministers in the conference that, look, hey, it's now time, we have to come out of our comfort zones in the Secretariat and reach out to these key important players, be the shale producers in the basins, the short cycle players, be they the financial markets. We have seen in Q4, this Q4 that we are talking about, how the financial markets impacted on the decision that we took. The decision was the best decision that we could take, 1.2 million, that most people in Vienna did not give us any chance. We were able to pull through, thanks to the leadership of Suhail, who had worked tirelessly with the ministers to really come to that decision. But because we were not able to communicate this decision very well, particularly to the financial markets, who had literally taken over the market in Q4, we got a severe beating. So we have also learned that now as feedback from Atlantic Council, our meetings today. So we are taking note. We will do much better next time.
Well, I've been told we have time for about one more question, and so I will go to the gentleman right in front.
Okay, this question to Suhail, but before the question, I would like to congratulate His Excellency for outstanding year in leading OPEC. And the question is about the advice to the new president in order for him and to OPEC to excel.
Excellent question.
Very good question.
Well, I think there is first of all a system, and when we met here in Abu Dhabi, we had Mohammed and I had a very candid and an open talk with His Excellency. First of all, even though the minister is a general, but he's a very kind and a very nice person. I enjoyed knowing him better every time he comes to Abu Dhabi, and we spend quality time understanding the pressure that he is in his country. Venezuela have lost huge production. I think that one of the reasons that Venezuela is out of the deal of cutting production along with Iran and Libya was that. So I'm not worried. I think there is a structure. The JMMC. My advice to him, first of all, keep the JMMC. So the JMMC is continuing the work. The two capable chairs of the JMMC should not be changed. Those are the two largest producers. The chemistry between them, they understand each other, they trust each other. So the fact that we should change the other members if we want, but not the two chairs of the JMMC. So that was the advice we gave him, and the fact that to consult with Muhammad and the Secretariat. Muhammad come up with huge experience. He understands OPEC much more than me and much more than any minister within OPEC. He's been there in different capacities. So Muhammad carries wisdom, carries a nice personality, and I think he just came from Venezuela, attending the inaugural of the President Maduro, and so talking to the major producers, keeping the JMMC, stay on course. And he can, I think, deliver if he is doing that. And I think he agreed. And even the president of the country, according to what I heard from Muhammad, is also keen on those advices that we gave. I don't know, Muhammad, if you want to add to this.
No, quite correct, Your Excellency. Minister Mani Quevedo is a very capable person, an outstanding general who has joined government like other generals in DC and so on. He has probably more staying power than some of those generals that quit in DC. I just had a round of meetings with him in Caracas in preparation for his tenure as president of the conference, and we had very fruitful, very productive meetings. He is fully aligned with the advice that the president of 2018 has given. And so also is his president, President Nicolas Maduro, is very, very appreciative of the presidency of Suhail al-Mazrui in 2018, and he's instructed Mani Quevedo in my presence to make sure that he follows his footsteps and work with all the other ministers closely to ensure that we build on what we have been able to achieve. So we are comfortable that this team will continue, and this alliance with our non-OPEC partners will be institutionalized, and we'll remove that element of uncertainty very, very soon. And 2019 will also be a balanced and successful year for our industry.
Well, I think that is an excellent way to end what I think has been an outstanding discussion and a fantastic way to close this forum. Secretary General, thank you so much for your contributions to the global energy system. Thank you so much for being such an outstanding closer of the conference. Now I'd like to invite Atlantic Council President and CEO Fred Kemp to the stage. I would like to just say one more thing before you come up. In my opening, I paid tribute to you as a diplomat, Secretary General Markindo. I did not, Minister Mazrui, pay tribute to the fact that at the last OPEC meeting, the last one of your presidency, when you walked in, a bunch of the financial analysts broke into applause. Now, you may have thought we were breaking into applause because the meeting had run over by a day, but we broke into applause because we were so appreciative of how gracious, how accessible, and how willing you have been as OPEC president to engage with the financial services community. So I thank you. I thank you for what you have done in Abu Dhabi to turn this into, I would argue, the preeminent forum for dialogue about a whole host of issues in energy and national security. So thank you as well.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And over to you, Fred Kemp.
First of all, how about a round of applause for Halima? And to be so praised by a financial analyst, you know, it's not easy. First of all, good evening. We're at the end. As we close out this conference, I want to thank you for spending, for those of you who were at the off-record sessions and seminars and workshops, 3 days with us. The issues we grappled with, from the future of Vienna Alliance to oil and gas 4.0, the imperative of decarbonization, the future of nuclear energy, and more, all figure centrally in our shared energy and geopolitical future. We decided to focus on a region this time. I think it worked out well, East and Southeast Asia, and it's here that so many energy and economic trends will have their greatest impact. If there's one thing we all take away from the conference, I hope that's the technological landscape is changing at an unprecedented rate. That came up everywhere. And that these changes are creating more choices, more options in the energy system than ever before, and a competitive landscape that changes constantly. The choices, the energy choices in front of us, from gas to renewables to nuclear power, are driving diversification in companies and countries. I think part of the reason this was so lively and interactive is we all have so many questions about the future. We've opened the door for big bet technologies, strengthening energy security, and reshaping the conversation around managing climate change. I must say, coming here this week, I never expected to hear the word hydrogen as often as I heard it in the last couple of days. This morning, His Excellency Al-Fallah spoke to each of these elements, reminding us that while dynamism and volatility continue to introduce challenges in the energy system, the fungibility of that system has provided us with more solutions than ever before. But the conversation also spoke to the liveliness of our discussions. We heard him speak of prices under $60 as a stress fracture from running. At least there was a comparison to the pain of going below that. And we also heard something about his sleep habits. In the next year, the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center will be using the discussions and insights gleaned from this year's forum to guide our work. And that's particularly important. We don't just convene, we do the work, and we hope to do the work with all of you, as Randy said earlier. I personally hope that we can engage with you again here next year, but also in the meantime. So before I close and pass to Minister Mazrui, I want to thank him. You properly introduced him as a statesman and the definition of a statesman. So thank you so much. It's been an honor working with you these last years.
Thank you.
Your team is amazing. Dr. Matar is amazing. It's an honor for us to work with all of you, with you and your team. I also want to thank our partners at ADNOC, at Mubadala, at Masdar. This really is a dream team. The talent assembled at these companies and at the top of these companies is really breathtaking. I'd like to thank our knowledge partners at CAPSARC, and of course the generous support of our platinum partner, Crescent Petroleum. And I see, Ahmed, you're still here. Please pass our thanks to Majid. And from CAPSARC, Adam, thank you so much for being here. And our official carrier, Etihad, and the rest of those who made the support possible. And then before I pass to Minister Mazrui, please, a big round of applause to everyone on the Atlantic Council team who brought all this together, and to the hotel and everybody else who worked on this. Thank you so much. It's the best team in the business, and if you think they're not tired because they look so fresh, it's just not right. They are exhausted, but they put in just a great work. So thank you all. With that, I want to turn to Minister Mazrui to close our program. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Fred. I would like, first of all, to echo Fred's thank to the sponsors and to the team. I would call them one team. Everyone who have worked day and night and I can assure you, they worked the day we closed the last conference last year. So they start working from that day. And they will continue working as of tomorrow, working until we see you again next year. That team of capable young individuals, girls and boys, thank you very much. You have done a great job. And the second thing that I would like to close with is the fact that the need for such a dialogue to complement the technical discussion that we would have the remaining of the week. The talk about technologies, talk about how can we make life easier for the next generations from the challenges that we have. If we have challenges and environmental challenges, how can we make the oil and gas and other fossil fuel more environmentally friendly? And I can tell you that there is a commitment from OPEC, producing nations, to work with the consuming nations to make the hydrocarbon or the fossil fuel a cleaner, because we cannot do otherwise. We would require this form of energy, and we would always work to make it cleaner. And I am very optimistic to see that technology have evolved, even in the past 3 to 4 years, on gas to save huge gas volumes in the electricity sector. I didn't understand the electricity sector. I dived in it in the past 4 years as we put the strategy, and we have learned that we need to do a changeover to the new CCGT. They save 30% of the gas, which means cutting emissions by 40% or more. UAE is committed to diversification of energy sources, and this conference or this forum ahead of the conference that we have on the renewable energy is the right venue to demonstrate what are we doing to the rest of the world and to learn from the rest of the world what they have done. I'm really proud of what Fred and his team have accomplished during the past 2 years, and this year I think it's a success. But I always challenge Fred that I told him we need to improve next year. Next year needs to be better than this year, and we need to be. We will promise you that we will be more. We will focus more on specifics. We will bring more talk about technologies, artificial intelligence, and the things that are shaping up our future. And we will bring as well some young people to participate. I think what we need to do, Fred, is to engage with more students from the universities to attend and invite them. We have done that in other conferences. So one of the improvements that we would like to do is to bring young people. And to all of the partners, please bring those young individuals. If you are in the media, bring those young analysts and young reporters. It's good for them to. You're young. Everyone is young here. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about those who are just joining, the year 1 joiners, the freshmen, and of course, young is by definition young by heart. And don't look at us with the white. I'm still young as well. So I think we will leave you with a thank you. Thank you for staying with us until this. I think it's 7:15 now. It's a testimony of the success that you are still with us, and we still have a talk to do and a dinner probably. But we look forward to your participation at the remaining of the week. It's going to be an interesting and engaging week where the future of energy is going to be discussed. Thank you very much, and thank you, Fred. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, this officially concludes the 2019 Atlantic Council Global Energy Forum in Abu Dhabi. Please join us for a reception at Azura on the 3rd floor of the hotel. Thank you.
We're all 19 years old. This thing never stops. Films, movies, commercials.